to connect on. So it's yeah, you bring your laptop, you just connect it and that's it.
I think all the passive break
Okay, okay. And it's an HDMI, yeah. Okay, okay. That should be enough. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's give 2 more minutes for people to work at the heels and then we can start it. I think we have enough time for today's sessions. Let's just wait a little bit a minute. All right, let's get started. Hello everyone, my name is Huaishu Peng. I'm a faculty member in the University of Maryland, also the session chairs for our amazing sessions on accessibilities. I hope you all had a really great first day of UIST and also enjoyed the amazing demo sessions last night. I think we saw, at least I saw so many cool demos, device gadgets and interactive technologies. That reminds us, like UIST is known for all these cool technologies, right? But we also know that UIST also have a really long history of accessible system research. We do care peoples and we do want the things we build, the technology we develop are for the peoples and with peoples, and we want them to be used by all peoples, right? And that's why we have this session. We have amazing 6 papers on accessibilities, and they cover a wide range of different topics, from custom robotics, 3D printing systems for blind and low vision peoples to large model-based image suggestion systems and immersive audio system for BLV peoples, and also even virtual reality and augmented reality system for neurodiverse individuals. So I think this is really going to be a great session. It's combining technologies and really for peoples. Without further ado, I want our first presenters to be here, come here. So the first talk will be brush lens, hardware interaction proxies for accessible touchscreen interface actuations. Shenliang, all yours.
All right, thank you. Hi everyone, thank you for coming to my talk. My name is Chen Liang, and I'm a third-year PhD student from the University of Michigan. So today I'll be presenting brush lens, a hardware interaction proxy for accessible touchscreen interface actuation. So touchscreens are everywhere, but they're not built for everyone. This is because many of them are designed with assumptions about users' abilities to use them. For example, it expects users to have visual abilities, such as perceiving visual interface, locate the button they want to press, and interpret visual feedback. It also assumes users to have motor abilities to actuate these touch screens by performing these predefined gestures in a precise manner. However, these assumptions do not always hold, and it creates a gap of ability assumptions. For visually impaired users, it's challenging to perceive and locate the target button, which significantly reduces touch success rate and hinders independent use. For motor impaired users with tremor, spasm, or low finger dexterity, due to the challenges to perform these predefined gestures, it is more likely to trigger invalid or unintended interactions. And there has been a line of work to make touchscreens more accessible, such as Wastelands and Statelens that focus on interface navigation, and recent work such as Touch Ally and Take My Hand for interface actuation. So our work brings an additional perspective to this space. The goal is to bridge the gap of ability assumptions without changing the assumptions made on either side. And specifically, there should be no modification of the touchscreen system for better compatibility, and it should be compatible with existing accessibility tools that users are already familiar with. And also, users should be able to have agency over the interaction. So how could we achieve these goals? So we're inspired by the idea of a proxy, which is an intermediary layer that relays information or actions from one side to the other. We focus on building this hardware interaction proxy, and specifically a phone case with actuators that touch the screen on behalf of the user. So how does it work? The user starts by placing the device on the screen. Given the screen layout, BrushLens shows an accessible interface on the user's smartphone, where the users can use existing mobile accessibility tools to explore what are on the screen and select the button they want to press. And using the smartphone camera and motion sensors, BrushLens can locate itself and the target button on the screen and generate audio guidance on where to move. And inside this phone case, there are some solenoid actuators, which are small actuators with a metal stick in it that can push and pull to simulate a fingertip touch. And combining everything together, users can follow audio guidance and roughly move the case towards the target button. And if any of these actuators is on top of the button, it clicks the button automatically. So with BrushLens acting as a hardware interaction proxy, we can now bridge the gap of ability assumptions. And to achieve this, BrushLens consists of three major components: a hardware case for actuation that determines how to touch, a processing unit for localization that determines where and when to touch, and user smartphone for accessible interface that determines what to touch and where to move. So we know that a successful touch needs to match all these gesture assumptions, such as precisely land and lift at the same spot. And our goal is to let the hardware perform all these touches that match the assumptions we mentioned above, so that the user can delegate the actuation to the device. And we demonstrate two possible actuator setups that can be used in different scenarios. The first image I'm showing here shows the solenoid actuator that can push and pull using electromagnetic force. And the second image I'm showing here is the auto-clicker actuator that electronically alters the screen capacitance to simulate a fingertip touch. And once we know how to touch, the next question will be where to touch. So to solve this, the system needs to know the UI layout and the current device location. And in this work, we assume that the layout is given since prior work has explored automatic layout detection and the interface reverse engineering. And our focus is how to achieve precise localization to determine when and where to touch and generate positional guidance to the target button. And this could be challenging to achieve. For example, what I'm showing here is a camera view from the smartphone when placed on top of the screen. And turns out this is only a very small portion of the whole interface. And in cases where there are visual features, we use an ultra-wide camera to capture the screen and use SURF to detect and match features to the locations on the interface. And when there are no enough visual features, we use an optical sensors to track the movement. And then we add the rotational data from the IMU to collectively estimate the pose. So using this information, BrushLens has a mobile interface for interface exploration and device control. And what I'm demonstrating here is how blind users can use VoiceOver to explore and select the button they want to press.
Wing W0. Interface
So the user
buttons.
starts by
Heading. Tap to
explore and
order.
select
Button.
the target button.
Target 2-3. Now that 10-3. Target 2-3. Now that 9-4.
And then the brush lens speak out the
7-4.
current position and the target position as coordinates
6-4.
to
Button
guide the
tap to
user
press.
towards the goal. And for motor impaired users with tremor or spasm, brush lens has a button magnifier mode that enlarges and displays buttons currently around brush lens to make small or dense buttons easier to select and reduces
Target 8-1. Now
mistouches
that.
and
Target
the need
8-1.
for fine
8-3.
motor
Now
control.
that. Button beverages pressed. Target 8-1. Now that.
So our technical evaluation shows that both actuators can simulate touches on capacitive screens, and simulated touches are consistent, responsive, and compatible with various consumer-level devices on the market. And our user study shows that for visually impaired users, brush lens enable them to use touch screens that were impossible to do before independently. And for motor impaired users with tremor or spasm, brush lens reduces arrow touches by up to 74%. And regarding the user experience, participants gave positive feedback about brush lens, enhancing users' confidence, independence, and the sense of control. As one participant mentioned, I like using brush lens to push buttons myself. At least I know what's going on. And this is important because I need something that is completely under my hand. And participants also suggest potential improvements, including a more compact form factor and richer audio guidance. So we envision that brush lens as a platform can support additional interaction needs in the future, such as ability-based needs, for example, a flexible band for grasp support, scenario-based needs, such as smaller form factor for smaller touch screens, and gesture needs to support other multi-touch gestures. And with that, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for the great talk. This is a very cool system. I know like some touch screens are displayed vertically, not flat. Do you think your design will need changes for those vertically set up touch screens?
So the system works on vertical screens, but the challenge is that the current form factor is pretty heavy. So we basically have two different cases. We have a solenoid case and the auto clicker case. And the auto clicker case is pretty light, but the solenoid case is like 12 grams per solenoid. So for the auto clicker case, because everything is electronic and everything can be integrated into PCB, we envision that could be built as a phone case, so that as long as user can hold the device, hold the cell phone, it should be able to work on the vertical screens as well.
Thank you.
Yihao Carnegie Mellon. So a wonderful talk. I really like the point where you can breach the accessibility assumptions for both dexterity and vision access in a single pseudo system. So my question would be, could you comment about the onboarding process for like either blind or people with motor impairments, where you said that there's an assumption that UI layout is like kind of already known by the system, but I also wonder, could you comment a little bit about will you expect that the users will use your device to kind of scan through the whole touchscreen, or like you'll use like something like VisLens or StateLens that they need to hold the device and kind of scan through the whole screen to kind of reverse engineer or reconstruct the UI layout?
Okay, so that's a good question. So basically there are two parts before our work. So one is to capture the image of the interface, and another one is to determine the layout of the interface. So like you said, to capture the image, there could be audio guidance for the users to take a picture of the interface, or scanning or brushing on the interface to staging the image. And once we have this image, we can use like prior work to automatically determine the layout. So yes, that would be possible.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for speakers. And also, I think Chenliang is looking for internships. So any sponsors, company, heroes wants to champion, just talk to him. Talk to him. So our next talk is about really unique ways of using 3D printing to help blind and low vision people to do markers. And I will give it to you and take it from here.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Chunwen Hong from National Taiwan University. And I will present Techno, an innovative interactive app system designed for BVI people to explore self-created tactile graphics nodes in real time. Okay. In our daily lives, people with normal vision rely on their visual sense to gather information. However, blind or visually impaired people rely on non-visual cues to understand their surroundings, such as verbal description or tactile exploration of objects. It can be particularly challenging for them to identify or remembering objects in complex environment or remembering for a long time. So to address these challenges, we focus on our efforts on developing customized tactile graphics content created by BVI people. Our approach combines the capability of a 3D printing pen and a mobile technology to address this issue. Our design is based on a formative study we conducted. To understand how BVI people will use a 3D printing pen and uncover their challenges, we recruited 5 BVI participants in a 15-day formative study and discovered 3 key findings. Firstly, BVI people found 3D printing pen more efficient than their previous tools, so it can simplify the creation of complex content. And the second, we collect their daily works and categorize them into different applications to understand how they utilize a 3D printing pen. And finally, we found the BVI people desire feature enhancement. They praise the 3D printing pen and wish for more comprehensive labeling and recording features to simplify their daily tasks. So as a result, we identify essential features and propose Techno. Techno is a full customizable tactile note-taking system with 2 components, an enhanced 3D printing pen and a mobile web app. So for the 3D printing pen, our initial design used an LED display to show the different states, but we found in our study this was unfriendly to BVI users. So to improve accessibility, we integrated an Arduino Pro mini microcontroller with the LED display, and also added a buzzer for the sound effect, so it can enhance the usability for BVI users. And we also provide a companion mobile web application. And Techno offers 2 interaction modes, Create Node and Read Node. So in Create Nodes, users utilize the 3D printing pen to draw tactile graphics on their target item. And they can choose 2 recording methods, and single for recording the individual symbols, and the group for recording the entire notes, so to simplify the note-taking process. Then users can capture the design tactile graphics by taking photos. And our system offers real-time audio feedback during symbol selection. So we also use image processing and finger detection with Python and OpenCV. So for symbol capture, we use color extraction, morphological transformation, and connectivity calculation to identify tactile graphics in images. And we store each symbol's coordinates in our database. And we also use SIFT algorithm for feature matching and to ensure the consistency across different spatial environments. For finger detection, we use Google's MediaPi hand tracking API for real-time hand detection. And we also provide sound effects to offer clear tactile feedback. And at the end of the Create Node section, users can input their data, use voice and text. So next, in the Read Node mode, the system organizes users' input in a hierarchy structure. The first layer offers immediate access to the voice playback when users select a symbol. And the second layers, like the content and the order, they can be accessible when users confirm the button. And we integrated symbol position for automatic relative positioning. Users can choose a central symbol, and our system will calculate other positions, relative position, using a clock-based system, which is familiar to BBI users. And furthermore, we introduce a user-friendly filter mechanism, including photo quality and symbol filters. So it can be simple for BBI user to use. And here we present our evaluation. To evaluate Techno's usability and effectiveness. So we conducted a user study with 10 participants. We designed 2 tasks to assess Techno's efficacy in various scenarios. So in our first task is similar item discrimination. Participants identify content, vitamins, and supplements bottles, and they utilize Techno to recall information about the selected items. And we evaluate their ability to recall the details when they confronting similar items. And the second task is spatial understanding task. And participants navigate a new campus with our Techno-generated tactile map and measuring their competency in comprehending and navigating unfamiliar environments. So our findings suggest Techno alleviate memory burden, provides simple design customization option, and foster independence. And it provides users convenience with features such as data layering, automated relative direction generation, and rich audio feedback. So to conclude, with an enhanced 3D printing pen, Techno empowers BBI people to create tactile graphics and customize their content independently. And our system allows users to interact with tactile symbol in real time and simplify the node creation and editing. And through our formative and user study, we confirm user need and usability of 3D printing pen. And feedback shows Techno eases memory burden, allows customization, and enhance independence, and offers convenience. Okay, and that's all of my presentation, and thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to take any questions.
I can start with one question here. Okay. So I've been doing 3D printing for quite a while. I think it's really good and unique ways of using 3D printing pen. I'm wondering, through your user study, have you observed that blind and low vision people will try to do the learning things also in 3D or go beyond 2D? Do you think that's something they might try or want to try, or that's not the case here?
Yeah, yes. Let me find. Okay. Okay. Yes, in our formative study, we found some users mentioned they want to draw the 3D graphs on the target, on some surface of objects. And because some information in the, like the button of the washing machine or numerous on game cards, they only provide information on the printing text. And like our sighted people, we can use our sight to see. But for BBI people, they cannot see, so they can only touch. Yeah, so they mentioned they want to draw like such of items, and they can just use touch to know their function. And if they want to know more details, information like the expired date of the food package, they can use our techno mobile web application to record a more detailed function. Thanks.
Hi, Alejandro Ponte from UCSB. I just was wondering, like, in case of packages with a lot of colors, is there any issue about the filament color not being totally visible or to the app, or there being not enough contrast with, like, they have to change materials or something to be able to be recognized by the app? In case the packaging label is green and then the filament is green, for example? Yeah, the filament color. If you're taking a picture of the app or is recognizing essentially the label that they just created, is there any issues with, like, the color, filament color?
Okay, so in this study, in this system, we use blue. It's just because we use the current 3D printing pens, and it has the blue color. Yes, so it's not in special considering. Yeah, it can also be any other color, but in this system, we just choose the blue.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do one round of applause. All right, our next talk, and also the one that got the Best Paper Award, is Gen Assist, making image generation accessible, and Mina will be here and give us the presentations. And also, before I forget, Mina's also looking for internships, so talk to her.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. My voice is cracking a bit because we had a demo last night, but I'll try my best. Okay. Let me start. Hi everyone. I'm Mina, and today I'll share our work, Gen Assist, a system for making image generation more accessible. This work was in collaboration with Ihao and Amy. Blind and low vision creators use images in slides, websites, videos, and social media. To get these images, creators might search for them, and if we search for an image of a young chef cooking, not all results are relevant. Here in the second image, we can see that the family is holding a baby and not cooking, but the alt text just says, family cooking dinner stock photo. They also create image, but most image authoring tools are not screen reader accessible. With text-to-image models, blind creators could describe image in text and generate high-fidelity images. Here, Midjourney created 4 images that actually showed a young chef cooking. To explore how blind creators would use these image generation tools, we conducted a formative study with 8 blind and low vision creators who often use images. Participants completed 2 tasks, a guided task where they generated a cover image for a news article, and the freeform task where they generated with their own prompts. In both tasks, they asked questions about the generated images to decide the final image. First, when using text-to-image tools, creators found it difficult to come up with the prompt because they don't know how a typical news illustration would look like. After generating images, the first question that most creators asked was how the images are actually different from each other. Then creators wanted to assess whether the images actually followed the prompt, making sure they show a middle-aged woman and not a young girl here, and that she's actually looking at the screen, which is not the case for all 4 images here. Creators also wanted to access details not specified by the prompt. For example, they wanted to know what additional objects are in the image, the styles of images, whether they looked like a photo or looked colorful. And they also asked about the context, whether the generated images would look good for the purpose. While participants asked many questions about the images, it was difficult to remember and access all the information, especially with multiple images. To make image generation accessible, we need support in generating prompts, understanding and selecting images. We developed Genesis, a system for accessible text-to-image generation. Genesis provides rich visual information to help creators decide on final image, and let's look at each information in detail. Using Genesis, creators can verify whether the generated images followed the prompt, and we first use GPT-4, a large language model, to generate visual questions that verify each part of the prompt. Then we use Split2, a visual question answering model, to generate answers to these images. Using GPT-4, we create the summary of the responses. And with this step, blind creators can notice that all images except the second image show parents in the image. As informed by the format of study, Genesis also enables access to setting, subjects, emotion, and the likely use of each image, which are answered using a visual question answering model, and users can also access the objects in the image with an object detection model. Finally, when summarized using an LLM, users can notice that generated images all had different main ingredients, one image showing lots of vegetables and sausages in the next image. So we got all the content information, but style also matters when deciding on the image. And as suggested by the prompt guidelines, Genesis describes the perspective, medium, lighting, as well as the distortion errors that occurred during the image generation. We use CLIP, a vision language model, to determine the similarity between each image in the dictionary of style expressions. And the images all show different styles from illustration, stock photo, vector art, and cartoon. We decided to present all this information in the table form because screen reader users can selectively access different types of visual information by reading a row, and also access individual image description by reading a column. Finally, all of this information is summarized into a comparison description that summarizes the similarities and differences between images, and per image description that provides detailed caption for each image. Here, images were all related to cooking with positive emotion, while they all showed different ingredients and utensils used. And now we might ask how good this actually is compared to human descriptions. So with 20 sets of images, we compared Genesis to human describers and an existing captioning model. While it took 7 hours for human describers to describe all 20 sets, it took 1.5 hours for Genesis to generate these descriptions. Here's the average number of correct details in the descriptions, and even compared to human describers, Genesis identified more similarities and differences between images and was comparable for individual image descriptions. To explore how creators would actually use Genesis, we conducted a user study with 12 blind and low vision creators. Here, they completed 2 tasks. In the interpretation task, they evaluated pre-generated images. In the generation task, they created images by coming up with their own prompts. And for the user study, we chose a baseline that mimics commonly used captioning tools available in commercial devices. This included default image description, an object detection results, and an interactive visual question answering. Compared to baseline, participants rated Genesis to be more useful for understanding the differences between images. And as a result, most baseline users had to ask additional follow-up questions to understand the images, while only one participant using Genesis came up with additional questions. During the user study, users could selectively access different types of visual information of interest, and they found that Genesis descriptions were also helpful for learning new styles. With Genesis, users could understand the capability of text-to-image models and adjusted their prompt. And in the future, Genesis' ability to compare multiple images can be used for other scenarios, like comparing image search results. And we can provide more support in creating prompts by suggesting image styles or content relevant for the use context. And finally, we hope our work encourages generative AI models to broaden the type of content that people with disabilities can create. And with that, I'd like to end my talk. Thank you for listening. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks for the great work. Ahung Guo from University of Michigan. I'm wondering whether you thought about like how a blind user can iterate, like iteratively generate based on the results they get. And kind of somewhat related to that, I'm wondering whether some of the techniques that you propose could be used in the image editing scenario, where it's like instead of generating new images, it's kind of like using this text and visual grounding approach to kind of edit existing photos.
Okay, to answer your first question about like iterating prompt and generating other images, some of the participants in our user study actually tried to like edit, change their prompt to generate another batch of images because they realized that when they just don't specify like the image style and just say like logo of something, and then it will come up with like illustrations and art, and so they could learn from those style expressions and then reused it for generating other styles of images. So we could see using this for iterations. And your second question was about editing images. We can see, I think few of our participants actually had experience of trying like image editing, but it was hard to like, because a lot of image editing tools requires like locating an object and like selecting it, so it was very hard for screen reader users to access it. So we can see potential of using this for generative edits with using text modalities as input. So yeah, I think it's a great direction for future work. Thanks.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Gregory Crosdale. I'm a PhD student at the University of Michigan. And I want to say, I really think this is an incredible work because you're addressing how do we have people who experience the world in different ways help communicate with each other. And when I was watching your presentation, one thing really stood out to me, and that was the description of the aesthetic style. And I was wondering if, like, through your user study, you saw that maybe people who didn't see the world visually saw that some of these words weren't quite as useful for them. So for example, like a stock photo. How is someone who's not seen a stock photo going to appreciate the stock photo? So I was wondering if you had any ideas to how we could make these words more accessible to people who haven't experienced them before.
Oh, that's a good question. So people who are born blind or don't remember like seeing a world, for them, like their prompts mostly contained only about the content, and they didn't often specify the styles. So they wanted to get suggestion of like which style works best for example, like video thumbnails, or they want to create blog posts and have an image for their blog post. So I think we can also have like suggestions for like which image style would look best for which context. So yeah, that's a very interesting question.
Excellent. And then one tiny follow-up. I guess it's not a follow-up, it's not really related. But image generation is really what's popping off right now. But I'm wondering how you think this might change for other modalities. Can you think of any new design considerations you might have to?
Do you mean for like input modalities or like other like
I
videos?
mean, both. Like I'm thinking like audio generation or text generation for people who are nonverbal too.
Yeah, like I think audio generation would be also interesting for like creators who are deaf or have hard of hearing. And yeah, I think like this Gen AI has a lot of potential because like input is very like simple. Like you can just describe by text, or you can give audio as input and generate like image or videos. But what is less explored is like how to evaluate or help them understand the output, intermediate or like final outputs. So I believe there are a lot of potentials for exploring those areas. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the great question.
Hi, Yu from UC San Diego, and congratulations. I have a quick question. Maybe it's a little bit similar to Professor Guo's question, because since we have like this such detailed and accessible assistant, so how can you, have you thought about how can we utilize this detailed information across different images to support a regeneration process? and merging, like for example, merging different details across different images to generate a more desirable images for the users.
Yeah, I think like because often like text-to-image models don't really like sometimes it cannot follow all the details specified in the prompt. Like some people liked these details from image 1 and like these details from image 2. They also wanted to like merge somehow, but they didn't know how to like further edit or how to like adjust the prompt so that text-to-image models like would best understand the prompt. So I think we need more support in like suggesting like which prompt works best with the image generation tools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, sneak in a quick question. Really cool talk. I was curious, while doing user studies, did you feel or did it seem like the process assisted the creativity process of people who are vision or who are blind or low vision? Or did it, in some sense, did it offer new forms of creativity, or did it go counter to their established creative process?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay. In short, did the tool allow for new creative practices? Like, hey, I can finally create images using like by being creative with text, or did the process kind of go against what they are usually used to?
Oh, that's a good question. I think like while people tried creating images by themselves, because those tools are mostly not accessible with screen readers, they ended up mostly creating like very simple low fidelity images with just like squares and circles. But here they liked that they could actually create high fidelity images like stock photo looking images or like illustrations. And also they felt like they had more agency and independence because they didn't need to ask sighted people's help in describing the results or helping them creating the image results. So they felt like they were actually the creator of the images.
So you feel they felt more agency. Perfect. Thank you very much for the great talk.
Thank you.
All right, now we are sort of halfway through the talks. We're also switching the topics a little bit from image to audio. So our next speaker, Gary, is going to give us a talk on automatically generating immersive audio representations for tennis games. He's also looking for internships, so take from here.
Thank you. Just gonna make sure the audio is coming through. Is the audio coming through?
Take your time. And Oscar's going to say now too.
This was that we had last time, right?
It's a deep return.
Thank you.
Awesome. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Hello, everyone. My name is Gaurav Jain, and I'm a PhD student at Columbia University, working with Professor Brian Smith. I'll be presenting Front Row, which is a system that automatically generates immersive audio representations of tennis broadcasts for blind viewers. Sports broadcast is one of the most watched categories for blind and low vision viewers, and yet it remains inaccessible to them. In my conversations with several blind and low vision folks, I learned that watching sports without sight can be a very frustrating experience because they really have no way of accessing what's happening on the screen, knowing that there's so much happening in the game. As a result, blind people primarily follow sports through descriptions from other people. For example, radio announcers in a radio broadcast, or their friends or family who might be watching the game alongside with them. Now, let me play a short audio clip from a radio broadcast for a tennis game to give you a sense of their experience of watching sports through radio broadcasts.
Djokovic 30 love down here. Sinner serves onto his backhand, and that's a deep return, the sort we expect from Djokovic. Now he's absolutely pile driving these backhands, then a forehand. He's really putting a lot on these shots, Djokovic, now, and that's dispatched as well down the line with the forehand.
So these play-by-play descriptions of the game help blind viewers understand what is happening in the game. But this comes at the cost of giving other people the power to decide what the blind viewer should be focusing on. If there's something that the announcer fails to describe or a family member doesn't discuss, they really have no way of accessing that information. This is in contrast to how sighted people watch sports, through the visuals, where they really have a lot of freedom to understand which parts of the game they want to focus on, which player they want to look at, how the players are moving around the court, and what kind of shots they are playing during the game. Essentially, blind viewers have no way of directly visualizing what is happening in the sports broadcast, and they are not afforded the agency to interpret the game for themselves. There has been prior work on helping blind viewers visualize the games through audio, similar to what our work explores, and through tactile representations, but the main problem with these approaches is that they require the field to be first instrumented with specialized tracking hardware before these audio representations can be generated. This means only a limited number of games at the very elite level can be made accessible through these approaches. To make any game accessible to the blind viewers in a way that allows them to directly visualize the gameplay, we designed Front Row, a system that gives blind viewers a front row seat to the action by automatically generating immersive audio representations of the game using only the broadcast video as input. In this case, our focus was on tennis, and where Front Row parses the TV broadcast video using computer vision to extract gameplay information such as players' positions and their actions that are conveyed via 3D spatialized audio cues. Under the hood, Front Row consists of two main components. First is the immersive audio design, which is based on a formative study with several blind and low vision participants and several design iterations with two co-authors on this paper, both of whom have low vision. And the second component is the computer vision pipeline that generates these audio descriptions from the broadcast video. In this talk, I'll briefly go over these two components, and more technical details can be found in the paper. For the immersive audio design, the way we explained this to our participants is as follows. Imagine the court is horizontally placed right in front of you, several feet away from you, with one player on the left and the other player on the right. On this 3D soundscape, there are three main audio cues that represent, first, the player's positions. We are humming sounds that are rendered continuously from their position on the court. Second is the player's shots that are rendered via varying pitches of a bell sound, similar to how it works in blind tennis, to distinguish between forehands and backhands. And finally, ambient game sounds from the TV broadcast, which includes crowd cheers or occasional commentary from the commentator to give blind viewers a more natural and coherent viewing experience. Let us now hear Front Row in action, with the animation on the top right also showing the player's location and actions. Front Row's computer vision pipeline generates this audio representation by first tracking the court, ball, and the players. It then detects the shot types by recognizing the player's actions at the moment the ball changes direction, that is, whenever the ball is being hit. And finally, it segments the parts of the video whenever the game is in play so that this synthetic audio is only overlaid at those specific times. We evaluated front row's technical performance to see how accurately it can represent the game, and also conducted a within subjects user study with 12 blind and low vision participants to evaluate their experience of watching a game with front row compared to their existing means like TV and radio broadcasts. In this talk, I'll give you a teaser of one of the key findings from the user study, and more results can be found in the paper. So our participants watch several audio clips of different tennis games through each of these three audio formats. After watching each clip, we quizzed participants about the player's position on the court, specifically asking them whether a player came close to the net or not, just to understand their spatial understanding of what's happening in the game. We computed their errors in their responses by comparing it with the ground truth across the three conditions. And we found that the error rates were significantly higher for TV and radio, which often did not include the information about where the players are on the court. And most of the answers were basically, I don't know. Compared to front row, which gave participants a much more accurate spatial understanding of the gameplay, which reduced the errors by over 70% compared to both baselines. Now, front row's direct video to audio method enables several exciting avenues for future applications. For example, front row could be leveraged to make the large repository of already existing online videos accessible to blind viewers. The image shows how a front row plugin could be integrated within a video website, similar to how closed captions currently work on YouTube. Another opportunity is to make recreational tennis games accessible. So by simply placing a smartphone camera next to a court, a blind person can essentially watch their friends or their child play tennis using a regular pair of headphones. Now, I would like to close this with a takeaway by quoting one of our participants who said, "As a blind person, oftentimes descriptions are through the lens of how other people perceive things. Having that information conveyed just in its most raw and basic form allows me to make connections that I can derive on my own." As we design accessible interfaces, I would like us to think about how we can go beyond just designing them to serve only functional purposes. For example, simply translating information from a visual to a non-visual medium or any other modality, but to also really think about how can we capture this underlying rich experience that gives users more agency in accessing that information. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, I'm Amy Pavel from UT Austin. I love this project. This is super cool. And I know at the beginning you kind of presented this as a sort of different approach than descriptions or a tactile approach. In your ideal world, do you see space for like combining multiple ways of understanding the information?
Right. I think there's a lot of opportunity for combining multiple modalities. And in fact, like many of our participants, like out of the 12 participants, 8 participants chose our system as the first choice and radio as the first choice, because they felt like with radio they could get that emotional aspect with like the commentator like really being excited about something that's missing in our audio format. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in terms of giving several different things to different formats, and at the same time there's a fixed bandwidth with like audio format. So I think there's opportunity with like extending this like from tennis to, let's say, football or soccer. You can imagine there's a tactile keyboard, tactile display that they can like feel, and then the audio is relayed based upon where their hand is on the tactile display. So definitely there's a lot of opportunity, and I think that's the way we should be like thinking about next.
Cool, that's a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for the great work, Ahungo, University of Michigan. I'm wondering, what do you think about kind of integrating the sound that you generate with the sound that's already in the video? For example, the players will make noise, and they will, like the ball hitting the racket also make noise. So what do you think about this combination of what is already there and kind of like audio description fits in the gaps of videos?
Right. I think there's definitely an opportunity to like choose specific sound cues that might represent, for example, like we chose humming sounds. We could have chosen like players like squeaking sounds on the court just to like represent those things so it's more natural. But then like our system isn't like perfect, and many of these like AI models aren't perfect. So what we did is we overlaid the existing TV broadcast audio so that if there's any like errors or any problems with how the system is running any display or any information, they can fill in those gaps with the actual TV broadcast audio. So I think in this case, it really helped to keep them separate. But if, as we get like closer to these like perfect system, that might be another way to sort of think about it, just like using the same audio and like spatializing that, if that makes sense.
Maybe time for one quick question, and our authors will be here after the talk.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, you provide spatial audio for players, not balls. So I wonder why you don't present the ball position. Did you try, or?
Right, we tried presenting the ball position. Like the first problem is that you're looking at the video from like a specific angle, and inferring 3D positions of the ball is really difficult, and that can be like very error prone. That's why, that was one reason we didn't directly jump into representing the ball position. And the second thing is we didn't want to give, like there's only a specific amount of bandwidth in terms of how many sound cues you can place simultaneously for a blind viewer to understand everything without overloading them with a lot of information. In our case, we found that just representing when the ball is being hit and giving the player's position, they could themselves infer, okay, if the ball is being hit here and then here, the ball was traveling from this point to this point. So that they're inferring many of these things. Thank you.
All right, next talk is about virtual reality. We're sort of switching the topic again. We're going to do a virtual reality data analysis tool for people with neurodivergence, and it's a really exciting topic. And Bogan is going to take it from here.
I'll check out the agenda. Okay. Hello, I'm Bogang Kim from Hanyang University, and I'm glad to present our paper titled VDAT, Supporting Self-Awareness for Autistic People from Multimodal Visual Sensor Data. Before diving into the paper presentation, I will briefly explain the research background. Autism is a developmental condition characterized by difficulties in social interaction and communication. Additionally, repetitive behaviors and specific interests and intensified sensory responses are often observed. However, autism is on the spectrum, so their severity and challenges are very different from individual to individual. So the system I will introduce today focuses on a specific portion of the autism spectrum. Our research targets those within the autism spectrum who possess learning abilities consistent with their age. Okay, so shifting our focus to the broader landscape, according to the report from the CDC, in the States, 500,000 autistic teens will age into adulthood pretty soon. But although the autistic adult population is rapidly increasing, research on their overall lifestyle is largely unknown. There are some VR studies for autistic individuals to support their self-help skills and social skills. But those studies were mostly targeted at autistic children and have a couple of limitations. Many past studies have focused on analyzing just one or two sensor modalities separately. However, using VR technology, we can simultaneously gather and integrate data from multiple sensors. So, to address the limitations and incorporate autism-specific preferences, we designed and developed VDAT. In VDAT, based on the review of prior VIA research, we selected 4 representative sensor data. And VDAT is integrated with a data handling pipeline. So VDAT's main contributions are as follows. So VDAT can effectively handle multimodal data and provide comprehensive visualized analysis, and also enable autistic people to reflect on their behaviors, and also help autism professionals make evidence-based decisions about diagnosis. This is a use case example of VDAT. VDAT consists of 2 features, data handling pipeline and web interface. Autistic people can experience rare training content, and autism professionals can provide sensor database training results to autistic people more comprehensively. And I will explain about data handling pipeline part first. And first sensor is head position and rotation. For head position, the x-axis represents the left-right side of the head position. The y-axis and up-down and z-axis represent the frontward and backward direction. For head rotation, pitch refers to nodding forward or backward, and roll refers to tilting head to the left or right, and yaw refers to standing upright and looking to the left or right. For head movement data, we use the law signals. And the focus of head movement here to identify awkward or excessive interaction within virtual avatars in the environment. Next is the eye movement. We collected eye gaze origin and normalized gaze direction and eye openness. For processing this data, we use region of interest. It is commonly known that autism population have difficulty in making eye contact during communication or social interaction. So we overlay Unity's box collider on the faces of virtual avatars and examine whether the participants stares at the faces of virtual avatars during training. By doing so, we investigated the degree of eye contact and duration when interacting with virtual avatars. Next is the audio data. Before calculating the voice volume, we used the DVFS to extract only the participants' voices from the audio data. We empirically confirmed that -45 is the appropriate threshold, and these audio samples show the difference.
IS 카페 때 두 잔씩만 받으세요.
And this time, same audio file, but -45 dBFS.
다행히. IS 카페 때 두 잔씩만 받으세요.
As we can see in our data set, -45 dBFS worked well to identify not just the spoken words, but also the murmur and filler words. The focus of this data was whether the participant's voice volume when communicating with virtual avatars is appropriate or not. And the last sensor data is physiological signals. We used an E4 wristband and wanted to examine the emotional changes in training stimulation. Then VDAT used the Azure API to capture the time point where abnormal physiological signals occur. Focus for this data was to find some training moments that exhibit abnormal physiological reactions such as anxiety. Finally, we synchronize all those 4 data types. Data extracted from the HMD have the same timestamp information, but data collected from E4 wristband have a separate timestamp. To map the data from different devices to the same timeline, VDAT uses Flask. And this is a short demo video of VDAT. Okay, so using VDAT, we conducted a user study, and for the user study, 20 autistic participants were recruited. After the experiment, we also interviewed 5 autism professionals to acquire their insights on how VDAT could be used for clinical sessions in hospital centers for the autistic people. And I will share some results of the case study. We measured the perceived self-efficacy scale before and after the training. Most of the participants showed a significantly increased PSC scores, and participants reported that VDAT was informative because they could evaluate their behaviors against criteria commonly accepted in real life and examine the differences between the visualization result and their own thoughts. Furthermore, they found the training analyzed result of VDAT to be reliable because the clinician presented them with the synchronized visualizations and a video. And from the experts' interviews, we reaffirmed the effectiveness of the visualization of VDAT to better understand autistic people from a more diverse perspective. In addition, we confirmed the gap between the psychiatrists who run outpatient clinics and the therapists in welfare centers who are more frequently confronted with autistic people. The doctors reported due to the short time available for outpatient clinics, they had no choice but to focus mainly on more prominent problems such as severe aggressive behaviors. On the other hand, the therapists often handle challenging behavior of autistic people, but struggle to identify causes due to the lack of objective measures. VDAT could fill this gap in three ways. So first, it enables quantitative investigation of underlying causes of autistic behaviors. Second, it supports doctors' clinical decision with VDAT's quantitative evidence. Lastly, it provides synchronized visualizations with training video for reliability. In conclusion, VR content for autism populations needs to reflect autism consideration more carefully. And research in VR for autistic people has moved beyond simply providing a realistic experience and has begun to analyze sensor data to identify multiple interactions in virtual environment. So the key takeaways of our study are as follows. First, we identified 4 essential sensor modalities used in VR studies for autism. And second, we confirmed the feasibility of VDAT. And finally, we highlighted diagnostic and intervention potential of VDAT's comprehensive visualizations. Thank you for listening, and I will take your question.
Hello, my name is Valkyrie. I'm from the University of Copenhagen. I'm curious why you chose virtual reality instead of augmented reality or an augmented room to do this in, because it seems like while the visuals and experiences are very convincing, they may not actually trigger the same things that you would be looking for in the real world.
Yeah, that's a very good question. The reason why we adopt VR technology for the promoting positive social skills, at least in Korea, we normally do the role playing and record the video and try it repeatedly with the therapist. But sometimes the autistic adults feel like that's just a nominal activity. So when they are engaged with the VR experience, they more immersed and more actively engaged in the VR content. So that's why we chose the VR technology.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yep.
We have one last presentation, but unfortunately, our authors were not able to come here in person. But we do have a pre-recorded videos, and we would like to present the videos here. And I encourage you all to reach out to the authors directly. They have the contact information there, and you have any questions, feel free to ask them. And so just play the videos. We might need you to be here again. Let's do it.
Trying to see if I can go off. No, it's not. Yeah. So yeah. resending it. Nope, it's still not.
Seems a resolution problem.
It's weird, it's connecting, but it's not actually.
Can I just try it and play? Maybe this. I think we have the transfers too.
Oh, my name is
No? Okay. Can I just drag it?
No, it's not going
No.
off the.
Is that video or? It's not a Google Drive. Okay. And you're downloading to here. Okay. So maybe I just try another device.
Yeah.
You have the screens I cannot see. Talking about the accessibility issues. So it's the videos, maybe it's just drag it to a different display. Is that how it works? It's mirrored or, okay.
It is seeing the display. That's what actually showing.
Any other cables or ways we can play those or use that? I mean, that's always connected, right?
Yeah.
Can we play from
That's-
here?
I don't know. It is showing that it's getting the input from the laptop, but it's not. It's not actually showing anything.
I think it's connected.
It's just not showing. Let's see.
Got it.
There we go. Okay.
There we go.
Now we got it. Okay, just duplicate this.
Almost there.
Get close.
Okay.
Presenting our paper stuff.
And AI can Hello, my name is Cai Yu. I'm presenting our paper Starapia, an AR gamified music adjuvant treatment application for children with autism based on combined therapy on behalf of my team from Shanghai Jiaotong University. In this paper, we present Starapia, a lightweight application to improve the symptoms of mild autistic children. Autism is a spectrum disorder correlated to brain development with the following common characteristics. Currently, the main method for autism therapy is the intervention provided by offline autism rehabilitation facilities. However, with some drawbacks like high cost, uneven medical resources, limited therapeutic effect, and insufficient appeal. In order to have a deep understanding of autism intervention through field research and interview, we have discovered the traits and the defects of the three most frequently used intervention methods in practical application, that is, ABA, applied behavior analysis, music therapy, and sensory integration. The application modes of three methods are all tedious and lack appealing context. Besides, there is barely any dedicated database for music therapy. Therefore, autistic children, parents, and interveners are all in need of cost-effective, lightweight, and intriguing digital autism therapy. In order to realize this, we have reviewed previous studies and summarized the existing shortcomings. On this ground, we define our methods, that is, in-depth and natural combined therapy based on ABA theory, AR treatment application with more experimental evidence and refined application mechanism, deep learning music generation using appropriate deep model and dataset of healing music. Through relevant applications and research, we designed the user interface and cartoon characters of Starapia according to the characteristics and aesthetic of autistic children. According to the behavioral theory, we divide procedure into 4 stages: stimulus, response, reinforcement, and pause, and add lead-in and personalized adjustment to compose the complete framework of Starapia. It is recommended that children should begin this game with their parents, therapists, or other interveners for the first time, and the novice tutorial with voice, text, and cursor tracking will guide users to rapidly start from the most basic level. In stimulus stage, children can obtain music clips through object recognition and add characters into library.
熊
In response stage, children can identify a plane, place characters on the plane, activate characters, arrange music, and record it. According to the related researchers and user testing, in Starapia, the effective usage time and specific operations serve as the evaluation of children's performance in this level. After finishing a level, children are presented with a feedback where the number of stars embodies their performance in cognitive and auditory ability, coordination ability, and concentration ability, and it determines whether they can pass this level. We set up progressive levels of 3 scenes with different difficulties, including nursery rhymes, daily life, and social scene. All the creations will be recorded in the music diary according to dates. An assessment is designed to inform the interveners of the summary of children's performance for visible and personalized intervention program. In music generation, we use MIDI dataset for chord selection and scene generation, composed of the Nottingham Music Database and 100 children's songs collected. We also use music sounds dataset for voice notes. The background chords are selected from the MIDI dataset according to the different levels. The main melodies are obtained by identifying plants and are generated by deep model, while the ornaments collected by identifying animals come from the animal sounds library. Various music elements constitute unique music. compare the music learning ability and the music generation difference of 5 typical baseline models, and finally chosen bidirectional UISTM as the music generation model. The integral music generation process is demonstrated. In order to validate the effectiveness and attraction of Starapia, we recruited 20 children with mild autism and conducted a controlled experiment for 4 weeks. 20 children were split into experimental group and control group according to their gender and age, with 10 in each group. All the children received the same conventional treatment from training center twice a week, with 60 minutes each time. The children in the experimental group received additionally 30-minute intervention based on Starapia twice a week. Children's pre-test and post-test scores on 2 autism rating scales, ABC and CERS, as well as the performance during the test, were applied to measure their abilities and engagement. After 4-week experiments, the control group's average score on ABC descends by 1.3, while the experimental group's declines by 3. The evident downtrend also present in the mean score of the experimental group on CERS. Starapia is proved to play a positive role in lessening the scores on 2 scales. The variation curves of ABC and CERS scores in 2 groups after 1 month of intervention are plotted. It can be discovered that the downtrend of the experimental group scores is more obvious, and children with lower scores are more likely to have a large reduction in scores. In terms of the specific ability, the score of sensory ability of the experimental group drops more prominently than those of the control group, which falls by 1.1, partly because sensory integration is adopted and AR-based multi-sensory environment motivates children's sensory system. Other abilities also show a certain decline ranging from 0.3 to 0.6. indicating the advance of overall capability. The qualitative analysis is based on videos and usage records and uncovers the positive effects of the whole system and the individual components. During the conventional treatment, the single form is difficult to catch the attention of children with autism. However, Starapia-based treatment is proved to be easy to arouse interest. In conclusion, despite the limited experimental period, Starapia with appealing context imposes a positive impact and makes great contributions to the relief of autism symptoms and the promotion of various abilities, especially sensory ability. However, there is still room for improvement. In the future work, we will conduct more experiments, optimize algorithm and dataset, and refine our design. We hope through Starapia we can motivate more people to pay attention to and help children with autism. Thank you. Hello.
All right, with that, we're going to conclude our sessions. Thanks everyone for coming, and authors will be here in the front lines. If you still have questions you would like to discuss, feel free to come here. So I think this, let's continue this very exciting conversations, and also coffee breaks will be just next doors. All right, thanks everyone again.
Kind of move around and shift around objects. Floorboards can wobble and they can interact with other characters in the film. And as HCI researchers, the community have been working on this for a long time. We've explored a lot of different ways to make the built environment more dynamic, but this is kind of a tricky problem, right? Because, things that move around typically need some kind of actuator to move them. And these actuators are, either big or slow. There can be kind of trade-offs there when you're sort of embedding this into the built environment. But one kind of interesting type of shape-changing interface is this concept of a folding surface. So this in particular is the animated work environment. In its neutral state, it's completely flat, which is very interesting because it almost kind of becomes part of the wall itself. And it uses these motors, which you can kind of see over here, to kind of bend these segments into position. Now it's a little bit hard to get a sense of the scale here, but those motors are about the size of my head, give or take. And they need to be big because those motors have to kind of move these large segments into position. But because of that, it kind of limits the resolution and the speed at which you can kind of achieve certain surfaces. So what we want to see is, can we get kind of the benefits of these folding surfaces while still kind of maintaining ample resolution for these kind of human scale interactions? And what we've come up with is this concept of constraint-driven robotic surfaces. So here's our surface again. You can see a shape of it popping out of the wall. And notice that we still have motors, but they're very small. That's because these motors aren't bending joints. They're actually toggling a constraint that's within this double-jointed origami-inspired structure. So we can toggle between this kind of rigid constraint over here, as well as a mountain constraint and a valley constraint. And we can do this for any one of the hinges in this entire structure. So we could decide to make a completely different shape, for example, right? We could say, for example, we could start with a rigid beam such as this, choose which constraints we want to turn into mountain folds or valley folds, and then begin to deploy this, and now we have a completely different shape based off of the constraints that we've applied and that we've kind of squeezed together. All right, so let's take a closer look at the constraining mechanism itself. Here you can see one of our columns, and within each of these joints, we have this white semicircular piece, and by rotating this piece kind of one way or another, we can choose which hinges to free and which hinges to lock together. So you can see right now, this is kind of locked together as a rigid piece. If I pick this up, it's not going to move at all. But programmatically, we can change how each of these kind of constraints rotate to force a bend, mountain and valley constraints within this column over here. You'll notice actually that even though we've got some motors, or some wires, excuse me, connecting to these kind of motors over here, there's no actual wires running throughout the circuit itself, or sorry, through the column itself. All power and signal is actually running through the structure. So we can take a quick look at this. What we have over here, so here you can take a look at kind of our hinges before they're kind of turned into the structure itself. We've got FR4, which is the material used to make printed circuit boards in the outer layers. A mylar and a heat-activated adhesive provides a flexible hinge that our column structures are made out of. And then inside of it, we've also stuck these flat, flexible cables, and this is how we run power and signal throughout the structure. When we create these, we kind of make them by making a sandwich of all these layers and squishing them together on our big heat press. Then we cut them out. We link all of these pieces together with kind of jumper boards. That allows us to go from these kind of smaller segments into the much larger columns. There's the jumper boards over here. Add our frames, we add our motors, and this is what we end up with, right? So you can see our constraint driving motors inside the wall over here, inside each of the columns over there. Each of those columns is driven by its own kind of circuit board that, again, allows us to programmatically control any of those smaller motors within the column itself. And these two endpoints at the top and bottom of the column are free to kind of move around. So we can kind of shift this wall up and down. We can kind of squeeze it to have the shapes kind of pop out of it. And those are driven by these geared DC motors at the bottom. And we have our own set of drivers and a bunch of other stuff, which I won't get into super detail now. Again, I'm not going to go into super specifics here, but there are some actual interesting consequences of this kind of double hinge structure. So particularly with a snake robot, for example, as a contrast. If you were to kind of bend at the joints for a snake robot, the overall length of this kind of stays the same. But this is different for our kind of double hinge structure. Actually, when we bend at our joints, we actually unfold. So our column actually grows in length as it kind of curves in certain ways. So this has kind of implications for actually deploying it, because when we kind of move from our rigid state to our deployed state, there's actually a mechanical energy barrier that we have to overcome. And again, I won't get into super detail on this right now. Basically, we can add some additional servo motors at the top and the bottom, and this gives us a little bit of a nudge we need to get over that barrier. Similarly, because this is a shape-changing structure, the dynamics of the endpoints kind of vary as this structure takes different shapes, so we have to be a little bit clever about how we run our controllers that kind of move the endpoints together. If you guys have questions about that, I'm happy to answer more of it later. But let's get into more of the stuff that it can actually do. So in this situation over here, we have the wall signaling to a user that's about to leave when it's raining outside that they forgot their umbrella, so they can kind of grab it, take it with them. Nudges and notifications are an interesting application of this. Another application of our structure is reconfigurable interior architecture. So here we have our shape-changing wall forming kind of a reading nook. You can see here we're bending the wall into position. In this case, we're actually raising up from the bottom this time instead of coming out from the top. And we're actually also using the column to kind of manipulate an object here. So it becomes kind of like an interactive companion almost that's kind of built into your wall. This is also good applications for kind of just-in-time furniture. Here I'm walking over with this very laptop, actually. I need to, have a convenient standing desk, so I place my laptop on the wall over here. It can adjust the height by raising it up. Generally speaking, this wall is good at kind of moving around objects in like the 5 to 10 pound range. Beyond that, it's a little bit dicey, but so the laptop, it handles it with ease. And, as you walk away, it collapses back into the wall, no longer needed anymore. If you have questions about kind of the details of this, we can get into kind of the details of the force characteristics. Long story short, the clamp is the most vulnerable part of this structure, which is good and bad. It's good because it's a predictable failure point. If it breaks, we know exactly what to replace, and it's the easiest thing to replace. And there's some certain optimizations that we can potentially kind of use in the future to make this kind of more robust. In terms of actually interacting with it, the demos that I've kind of shown so far are mostly pre-scripted. What we'd like to kind of do going forward is think about how a user actually kind of interacts with this. So for example, would it make sense to embed, touch sensing into this wall? So a person can kind of tap on the wall to kind of extract a piece, grab it and sort of bend this into a certain position, and then tap again to have it go away. But we're short on time here, so the main takeaway is we want to have a structure that's space efficient, that we can embed into the built environment, and we want to preserve the resolution needed for these fast human scale interactions. And there's two design principles that we can use for this. Number one, instead of driving the joints, constrain the joints. And number two, instead of pushing from behind, squeeze from the sides. And this allows us to create these shape-changing robotic surfaces that we think can scale into all sorts of walls and floors and ceilings and the world around us. Happy to take any questions now.
Thanks very much. Oh, perfect.
Hi, Huaishu from Maryland. Super cool projects. I know you mentioned this can take about 5 pounds of weight. For now, I really want that to be a chair for me. What do we need to make it much stronger and can take human weight or something even sturdier?
So moving to furniture scale or something like that, you're saying? Yeah. So there's some optimizations that you, again, could make kind of with, there's two, kind of areas that you can sort of improve this in. So one is the clamping structure itself. The clamp that we use right now is this SLA 3D printed part. That, again, can be made out of a more rigid material. The other thing I think that you really have to keep in mind if you're interested in kind of upping the weight capacity is having potential latch points for some of these kind of free riding cells that are kind of on the column, right? Because we're only fixed at 2 points, the top point and the bottom point. If we want to support, larger weights, it might make sense to have an additional actuator or maybe even something built into the clamp itself. Exactly, yeah, that motion is totally the right motion that kind of hooks onto the wall to, keep it a little bit more secure.
University of Tokyo, and this is really great work. So my question is, currently you implement the whole structure in the upright direction. Mm-hmm. So is it possible to make it to the X direction or any direction?
It absolutely is. So if you see our paper, we have a few examples of this rising from the floor and serving as a makeshift table for a water pitcher and a couple other objects.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
More questions? We have a couple more minutes, so I'll ask, instead of just thinking about having it come up from the floor, what about going into multiple dimensions at the same time? Would this constraint work with 2D?
Yeah, so I think so. You're talking about, I guess, in addition to kind of joining, this way, kind of joining, laterally as well. So it's something that I've thought about a little bit. It becomes a little bit tricky with this exact configuration because you don't get the kind of extreme deformation that you would get, when kind of one kind of column goes down. We played around earlier actually in this project with the idea of tendon actuation for this. So basically having a tendon that kind of runs through the entire structure that you sort of pull to have the entire thing collapse. And if you do that kind of version of this as opposed to the one that's kind of on rails and squeezes from the sides, then I think it could be conceivable that you can have, kind of two-dimensional actuation, squeezing this way, squeezing that way by pulling tendons, and, having your shape-changing surface work that way. Be a slightly different, surface, but similar principle.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep.
All right. So morning, everyone. My name is Zoe from Maryland, and then this is Xuanling from Purdue University. And today we're going to collaboratively present our work, 3D printing magnetophoretic display. So since a while back, we have seen like commercially available low power displays featuring different type of technologies, starting from like the reflective LCD and the electrochromic displays, which takes really low power. And there's also semi-permanent ones like the e-ink display and the magnetic drawing board, which will display the information, like will just keep it on without any power. But then they're usually coming with a like pre-manufactured 2D pattern, 2D form factor. So there are some, there has been like some like explorations in the HCI and digital fabrication community that presents different ways to surface organic shapes in 3D with custom display technologies. However, they either need some pre-programming with optical effects, or they need to utilize like LEDs or electronics with an external power supply. So in this project, we want to bring the idea of like ultra-low power display together with the high customizability offered by 3D printing. So here comes 3D printing magnetophoretic display. So with this technique, we can create a free-form 3D object with always-on interactive appearance that can be customized off the bat. So to make this possible, we actually had to cross several hurdles. So starting with that we have to explore our choices of materials in the material library to find the right composite for the magnetic actuatable display cells. And also we need to find a way to fabricate it, so we modified a 3D printer to fully automate the fabrication of this. And lastly, maybe without saying, we developed a software including the design of from the mesh of the 3D shape to like a 3D structure that can be 3D printed with the embedded cells and the G-code parser and interactive user interface. So, so those are the 3 bullet points. I'm going to break down the rest of the presentation into the 3 parts, starting with the display cells. So imagine this is an illustration of one of the display cells in the bunny. And inside this, there are 2 types of materials. The black one is representing the magnetic materials. Sorry. And then the white ones are representing the passive ones. So once a magnet presents on the outer surface of the top surface of the display, which is the upper surface, the magnetic elements got attracted to the top surface, and the passive ones are going to be pushed to the opposite side. So in this case, the cell displays a dark color. And then obviously when you put the magnet on the back of the display, the material is going to move to the other side, and then the cell displays a bright color. So to make the realization in real life, not an animation, we explore different type of material composite, and in the end, we chose the iron powder as the magnetic elements, which is because it's an obvious choice for accessibility and good magnetic susceptibility. And then the passive elements are a mixture of mineral oil, baby powder, and food color, basically to try to tune the viscosity for good performance and contrast. So now that we have the display cell, let's talk about the printer. So we modify an Ender 3 Pro, which is a very obvious choice. It's cheap, it's very available. And then we added a mixture injector on the side of the hot end to push the liquid mixture into place for display cells. So at the time of, the injector will move to the right location to a top open cell and dump the liquid. And then we move back onto the FDM and cover the top of the cell and then keep stacking. So a quick illustration of how the printing process will go is that the FDM will lay down the bottom part of the cell with the top open, and then we pause the FDM, and the injector comes in and dumps in the mixture. And then we go back to FDM, and there are more FDM filament material laid out on the top of the cells and close it up, and then this will just keep going on 3D, and then we have a 3D display. So there's a couple of more hardware adjustments that we made. First is that because we have to shift back and forth between the 2 nozzles, and then we need to lower the injector to make good injection performance, and then we have to lift it up for so prevent it from colliding with the existing parts. So we added a passive shifting mechanism, so we don't need extra electronics to shift it back up and down. So at the time off, the nozzle will just move up and then use the mechanism to shift. And then between the shifting, I guess during the injection, the FDM filament are gonna keep purging because of the heat out of the hot end. So we just added a FDM brush to clean it up before we resume and cover the cells up. So now we have the machine. I'll ask Julian to tell you guys more about the software that we implemented.
Okay, so to allow the end users to convert a 3D model into a magnetofaradic display, we developed a design editor in a common CAD software called Rhino 3D using its Grasshopper plugin. Here we will showcase a bunny model being converted and printed through our workflow. The workflow starts with input model going through body selection, cell configuration, output mesh, and finally slicing and printing. Let's take a look at how we select the target model in the editor. After the users inputs the cute bunny model into the Rhino editing environment, the user will then select the bunny model using the model selection button. After that, the bunny is converted into an initial polygonal mesh and highlighted in the scene. The next step is cell configuration. The user will first configure the shape, size, and the gap between the cells to specify how the final cells on the converted bunny will look like, using the option buttons and the sliding bars on the interface. A live preview will be generated to help the end user visualize and validate the cells on the bunny. These cells are computed by first remeshing the bunny model into an isotropic triangular mesh, and the corner of these triangles are used as the center locations of the cells. Based on the selected parameters, we generate the polyhedron cells reserved for injections at these locations. And after the polyhedrons are generated, they're used to create a porous mesh body with Boolean operations between the offsetted mesh and the polyhedrons. As for the next step, the user will output the final mesh model. The original bunny will be converted into a shell structure with a bottom shell layer and an upper shell layer, with the cells generated before in between. Both of these layers and the porous mesh body combined composes the final converted bunny model that is ready for export. Moving on to slicing and printing. The cell-based bunny is exported to a custom slicer built by us, which converts the generated mesh to G-code for fabrication. Here's the final look of the cube bunny model with magnetofaradic display. All the steps you've seen are integrated into our design editor, so the user can create any model easily by using it. We also want to highlight a few additional applications to demonstrate the capabilities and the possibilities that our pipeline enables. To demonstrate the interaction and digital control aspect that our pipeline enables, a board game figurine application here is showing how the display on the figurine can be erased through a motor when a board game is being played. Here we demonstrate a personalized handbag that says "Hello World" to everyone. The pattern on the handbag can be changed for different settings, showing the possibilities that our pipeline provides for the users to create personalized items for themselves. And here is a nice espresso mug that's here to remind you not to forget your key when you head out in the morning, illustrating ambient display.
All right, so as shown, we have printed a lot of custom low-power displays that allow users to do customization not just before fabrication and during the design, but also like after they're off the bat and they're always on displays with no power consumption. So we hope that this is a solid one step, although we're still pretty far away from the actual vision presented in Ultimate Display, which highlights all the possibilities like the displays can do. But we hope this is a solid first step, and then with more like material availability and advancements and the fabrication resolutions, we can maybe fabricate better digitally controlled low-power displays manufactured easily. So as the first step of exploration, the above is 3D printing magnetofaradic display. Thanks for listening. We're ready for questions.
All right, we have a couple minutes for questions.
Hi, Koya Narumi from the University of Tokyo again. So my question is there any constraint or limitation in the achievable shape? For example, it should be definitely impossible to make a really thin structure using this method?
Yeah, so just to elaborate, you're trying to talk about like the actual 3D shapes and curvatures and stuff, right? So yeah, so that's a good question. So actually the limitation traces back to the printing process, I guess. Like there's only certain sizes of cells that we can implement, and then we have a wide range, but then still like it can be infinitely small or infinitely large. But yeah, so we kind of inbuilt that into our software, so our software kind of like knew if this is too much of curvature or not.
Thank you.
Hello, great work. Ahad from Stanford University. I was curious, have you explored with like what's the design space of the writing mechanism? For example, could you make like pens out of like very strong magnets? And what is it? Is a pen the correct form factor, I guess, that you've explored?
Yeah, so definitely. So currently, like we're actually 3D printing like a housing with a magnet on the tip. I use that as our stylus, and obviously this has been implemented as with the toys that you probably have played, the 2D ones with the stamps, and then you can actually create stamps with the shape of the thing, and you can just stamp without actually draw it. So there are a lot of possibilities there. Yeah.
I think my question is kind of related. So I wonder like how strong the magnet should be in order to trigger the color change, and how bistable is it? So for example, like does the color go away after maybe a day or something because of the shaking?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. So currently we're using like the off-the-shelf neo magnets, so they're actually pretty strong. But then there's one thing that we can always tune, which is the viscosity of the mixture. So basically, if you dilute it a little bit, then it is like it'll move easier. So you can even use like less stronger magnets to actuate it. And then there's always a trade-off where like if the viscosity is lower, then maybe it'll last for shorter. The iron powder will precipitate and stuff. The current ones that we're implementing, like actually the things that you see, probably you have dropped by the demo yesterday. They're printed like a year ago or something, so it'll stay for like a very long time. But that's definitely tunable.
That's so amazing. Thank you.
All right, let's thank our presenters again. Cool. Our next presentation is going to be a pre-recorded video due to visa issues. I bet you have heard that before at this conference. But we're going to let Doha take it away from Raul's computer.
Hi, I'm Doha Duang from MIT CSAIL. Today, I'll present Bright Marker, 3D printed fluorescent markers for object tracking, on behalf of my great co-authors, including Raul Garcia Martin, Raul Sanchez Riello, and Stephanie Miller. Bright markers are embedded into 3D printed objects such as this grid piece. When viewed with an infrared camera, an infrared light source, and a matching infrared filter, we can detect embedded markers that glow invisibly, such as this QR code. These fluorescent markers allow us to track objects in real time, such as these bottles you see here. Before I get into the details, let me begin with the motivation behind this work. Today, reliable object identification and tracking are crucial in many industries, such as shipping, manufacturing, and retail. Common tags used for this purpose include barcodes, data matrix markers, and QR codes, as well as fiducial markers like Arucos. Here you see an example from robotics, a robot with Aruco markers at an Amazon warehouse. In addition, real-time object tracking is also highly important for augmented reality applications and interactions. But we believe filling the world with these external markers is not optimal because, although they're easy and cheap to manufacture, they're visually distracting when presented everywhere, and also because they're not as durable or secure as alternative tagging methods. So how can we make such tags more embedded? Let's look at related work that combined objects with tracking markers. You're probably familiar with commercial solutions like OptiTrack, which use these little retroreflective beads for optical tracking. Researchers have looked at embedding these beads onto 3D printed objects, as you see here. Other methods propose attaching infrared sensor modules to objects. While this allows robust tracking, these methods result in a bulky or visually obtrusive form factor. To address these issues, researchers used various imaging methods to create integrated tags that are truly invisible. For instance, AirCode detects air gap-based markers using a projector-based method, and infrared tags detects markers embedded underneath infrared translucent materials using near-infrared cameras. However, one significant limitation of such methods is their low signal-to-noise ratio, meaning the poor resolution and clarity of the image marker. These processes result in long capture or decoding times, typically ranging from seconds to minutes per frame. Furthermore, most existing methods are limited in terms of the variety of object colors they can be used with. With Bright Marker, our goal is to achieve embedded and passive object tagging that is suitable for real-time tracking, allows high contrast, and is robust to motion blur, and supports various object colors. The way we achieve this is that we make use of the physical phenomenon fluorescence. Here, our markers, made from an infrared fluorescent material, shifts the wavelength of the incident light. So our optical detection setup can simply filter out all the noise to only have the fluorescent marker present in the infrared camera image. This is what the special infrared fluorescent filament looks like. So it's an ABS material, and you can use it at typical ABS printing temperatures. Now let me explain how this fluorescence principle works. As I said, the fluorescent material emits infrared at a higher wavelength than the incident light, and we can use this characteristic to get high contrast markers. Here, the yellow part represents the embedded marker made from the IR fluorescent filament. Normally, the emitted fluorescence is not visible and gets washed out by other lights in the scene. As you see, the marker is not detected in the camera image. By using a specific optical filter, we can separate the excitation and emission wavelengths. Now, the marker is successfully imaged. And as you saw in the beginning, this is how it works in practice with our hardware. Using dual nozzle 3D printing, the infrared fluorescent marker can be covered with filaments of various colors, as you see in this picture. Depending on each filament's composition, there's an optimal material thickness where the marker is not visible to our eyes, but the near-infrared camera can still capture it. For specific values, please refer to our paper. To assist users in embedding and detecting bright markers in their applications, we've designed three things. First, a user interface for Blender to help users embed their marker into their 3D models, an IR illumination attachment for smartphones with near-infrared cameras, and a fluorescent detection attachment for AR/VR headset. We're happy to announce that we're open sourcing our software and hardware to help other researchers and foster further development. Now that we know about this technology, let me talk about its applications. The first application is the rapid product tracking on, for example, a conveyor belt. We're using a mobile phone for on-the-fly checks. The second application involves custom fabricated motion capture variables to create digital twins or animations. It can also be used to control digital devices. The third application is to create a tangible interface for mixed reality applications. In this case, to use the knobs of an existing unplugged speaker to adjust the AR headset volume, or to print haptic props for VR games. And the last one is security night vision camera that preserves privacy at home. On the right side, you see how the IR camera only detects the fluorescent marked personal valuable. thus preserving the user's privacy in their bedroom. So let's conclude. With today's interest in AR and VR and object interactions, we introduced Bright Marker, a fluorescent 3D printing method for embedding invisible tags for real-time object tracking on mobile phones and AR/VR headsets. As I said, we're open sourcing our software and hardware, so you can try this in your own projects. Thank you, and we're happy to answer your questions.
So as I said, Doa is not here, but Raul is available to answer questions, so please come up to the mic if you have some thoughts. I will start off while you all are thinking. So what happens to the energy that is coming in? So you shift the wavelength, but is there an opportunity to harvest energy and do something else on this device when you're shooting the infrared at it?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Very interesting, but you mean to, for example, keep this energy and, for example, to charge a battery or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, we haven't explored that, but our main goal is just optical. So we are just, as you know, shifting the wavelength and filtering with the near infrared camera. So we haven't researched that part that you're proposing, but we think that the optical part in this case is the main goal and very important.
Cool. No. Okay, I have another question in that case. It looked like, so reading through the paper, it sounds like you worked very closely with the people who manufactured this filament. And I wonder, is infrared the right place to do this, or could you make a filament that does it in some other spectrum? Like, why is infrared special in this case?
Yeah, we work with a Japanese company. The name is DIC. So they are investing in researching this kind of special material for product tracking and informative checks. So in the future, we are going to work with other possible solutions, for example, using UV. But probably in this case, the interesting part is that infrared is not visible for our eyes, so we can hide the information. We can do the same with UV, but probably we'll have problems with sunlight, for example.
Makes sense. Yeah.
It's kind of a question bouncing on your first question. I'm curious if you use a phosphorescent material, you could kind of activate it, make it visible to the human eye, and then use a normal camera. Did you look into this kind of 3D printing filament that could be
But you mean in the infrared or other?
So I guess you would activate it with infrared, and then it would become visible. So you harvest the energy in a way.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because I thought the same idea, like, for example, using infrared to activate the material and then get information in another, for example, in the visible spectrum that we can see with our eyes. But we haven't explored it yet, but it's a good proposal for future works.
Cool. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, let's thank them again. All right. Next up, we are going to have a presentation about reprogrammable digital methods. So please take it away.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Yu Jiang, and in this work, we present reprogrammable digital metamaterials and the interactive functional devices that they enables us to build. So one example of such interactive and passive device is this integrated message display that is triggered to reveal the message when the visitor walks by, and then reset to hide the message when the visitor walks away. So digital fabrication machines, such as 3D printers, enable users to make custom objects with arbitrary external shapes. 3D printing has also been used to fabricate objects with complex internal geometries. These are oftentimes called metamaterials. So metamaterials are materials whose mechanical properties can be programmed by engineering their internal structures. So for example, researchers have demonstrated metamaterials by telling different types of unit cells that shows a message when universally compressed, or realize a predefined global motion to provide functionality like this doorknob here. So recently, there is a rising interest in integrating mechanical computations, such as logic gates, directly into the material's geometry with programmable metamaterials. So these metamaterials are usually composed by bistable cells that can transform between two discrete states to record and even transmit a mechanical signal. However, the challenge of existing programmable metamaterials is that each fabricated device can only have one predefined functionality or logic function, and they are not reprogrammable. And this limits the flexibility of the end-user interactions. We thus present reprogrammable metamaterials that enable end users to manipulate decision-making capabilities that are also integrated directly into the passive materials. This allows the users to set and then reprogram the computations after an object is fabricated. For example, in this display that we demonstrated, the host can set the message that the visitor sees, and then reprogram the display by changing the message after fabrication to update his or her current status. Right here, we showed that the message OK is changed to no to indicate that the host is unavailable right now. So in our work, we contribute a set of cells to form a design space to enable making such passive interactive materials. Firstly, our cells support loops such that the device can recompute and run multiple computation rounds easily. So similar to past digital metamaterials, our material is tiled by bit cells that transmit and redirect mechanical signals. We further integrate recharging directly into the cell structure with recharge levers that can be rotated to reset the springs back to their charged positions. So by linking the recharge levers, our recharge strategy allows us to reset multiple cells together at an external location and with reduced force. This allows the metamaterials to be more flexibly stacked and layered in 3D or embedded into other structures or objects. Secondly, the logic of the computation can be reprogrammed after fabrication. So in our bit cells, we use these logic filters that block or unblock each bit cell's deformation to define the output of the cells. For example, this logic filter produces different output patterns with changing user input, which moves the logic filters to change the blocking positions and create a predefined output pattern. The logic filters can be very easily removed and reassembled to reprogram the computation, enabling users to conveniently reprogram the functionality without needing to reprint the entire device. Multiple programs can also be embedded into one device. This enables one fabricated device to be multifunctional and quickly reconfigured to support different functionalities. This is typically achieved by integrating multiple layers of these logic filters and then selectively activate or deactivate different logic layers. The modularity of the filters can also be flexibly varied to define the output of one single bit cell, multiple cells, or a 2D layout of the cells like shown in this example. Lastly, as we explore the utility of such reprogrammable metamaterials in user interactions, we explore outputs that our metamaterials enable. So our bit cells by default outputs a small linear displacement when a cell is triggered. With different end effectors and external mechanisms, the linear displacement can be transformed to reconfigure other more complex material properties. In this paper, we explore 4 of them. We demonstrate an application that allows the user to set up a tactile reminder that's integrated directly into the desktop. So this reminder alters the desktop surface texture, and it triggers closer and steeper notifications as the event approaches. In the bit cells, we transform the linear motion to a rotational output to reconfigure texture.
Like shown in this example, motors that are outside of the structures can be used to and can be used for digital control of the reconfigurations. We also tiled a load-bearing floor with cells that can be semi-rigid or soft. So the stiffness of the cells can be dynamically reconfigured according to the VR scenarios to provide changing stiffness haptic feedback, such as rendering rigid stones and muddy areas as the user walks through the woods. We reconfigure stiffness of the individual cells by using the linear motion from bit cells to move blockers that would block or unblock the movement of our external compliant structure. We stacked two logic layers composed of the bit cells under the top haptic layer to render different stiffness patterns across the floor. So compared to traditional pin arrays in which each cell is controlled individually with a motor, our reprogrammable digital metamaterials can realize weight-bearing cell arrays that are capable of producing still a large number of different patterns with a much smaller number of motors that are needed. We can also reconfigure access to lock or unlock an object based on user input. So other than the properties that are demonstrated in this work, our modular cells also encourage users to add their own end effectors additively to the bit cells to reconfigure many other material properties. We further provide a design tool to allow users to specify the cell primitives, types of output, number of the cells, and the logic output of the structure, and then it generates a corresponding structure directly for the user. It then simulates the logic output for the user and allows for further additive modeling for customization or just direct exports for 3D printing. So to conclude, we present digital metamaterials that enable loops, are reprogrammable, and can embed multiple programs. With these elements, we hope to push towards more functional programmable metamaterials that are appropriate for user interactions. We also explore different outputs that such digital metamaterial supports by reconfiguring different material properties. So together, this enables us to design and build interactive and passive devices with functional outputs and computation that are directly integrated into the material. So the benefits of our passive and reprogrammable materials compared to traditional electronics-based interactive devices are that they are simpler to embed and integrate into existing objects, as they have no batteries and don't require setting up or wiring external electronics. This also provides functional output that can be customized to provide interactivity for the users. And finally, I would like to thank my amazing collaborators, Shobel Garvo, Zhipeng Li, Professor Yuanchun Shi, and Professor Alexandra Ian. And I'm happy to take questions.
All right, yes, we indeed have time for some questions, please.
Hi, Huaxu from Maryland. Super amazing work. I think you're sort of pushing the mechanical computer to new different levels. Super cool. I guess one question I'm having here is, like, I see all the cells are in the square shapes.
Do you mean how are they bistable? Or?
Sorry, all the cells are in the shapes of a cube?
Yeah.
Is there any specific reasons for that, or you think there's other different shapes you can explore, or there's some opportunities on optimizing the shapes of the cells?
I think we intentionally make them into cubes, so they are a set of like modular cells that we can use and tile together to compose a larger device. And then I think the thing that we made different is the output. Like you can have very diverse shape-changing output that you can very easily attach to the modular cells for customization for like own personal, passive, and also interactive devices. Thank you.
I also am curious, in all of the examples you showed, there was sort of a mechanical force that was triggering these things, but could you do something like sensing light or heat? I know there's all this like 4D shape change with heat stuff. Could you integrate those into your cells for sensing?
Yeah, sure. We definitely thought about that. So right now, all of our cells operate completely, entirely passively. So every triggering and also recharging the cells are done by manual actions. However, we also support mostly passive metamaterials. So you can replace the triggering and also recharging of the cells with motors. So the benefit of that is that you can extend the input and also output capabilities of the cells to other non-mechanical properties such as temperature, light, humidity, and then you can still use the metamaterials for simple computation capabilities.
All right, well, while I've got you all to myself, I'll ask another question. I'm curious, so on the square cube question, how actually easy would this be to integrate into the voxels of a more complicated shape as opposed to the planar computation that you, for the most part, are showing here?
So I think in our application, we show different dimensions of how this thing can be layered and stacked. So for example, in the 4 example, we have two planar things that are layered on top of each other to realize more complex stiffness patterns. And in the display example, we actually layered them in a different dimension to realize a more complex 2D output, which hasn't been realized before in metamaterials.
Very cool. All right, thanks so much. Okie dokie.
Thank you. I'm Lukas Rambosch from HBI, and I present to you Airtight. In Airtight, we produce structures like this tower using this device. So Airtight, at its core, has 4 main operations. So the machine has 4 operations. So we use inflatable tube that we unroll. We can hold onto the inflatable tube, that we call bookmarking. Then we can add ties to multiple layers of inflatable tube. And finally, we can eject it from the machine for the user to inflate it later. So this is how it looks in real life. So here you can already see the unrolling. Now this was a bookmarking operation with these bookmarking slots. And now the tying device comes in, squishes the material together, and adds this wire tie. And when you do more of this, you end up with this deflated tube that becomes a truss structure once you hook a compressor to it. I don't know whether you've been in this situation, but yesterday night I needed to suspend a kind of heavy, like a 30-pound object in the demo reception. And usually, so the main technique to do this would be trusses. So trusses are kind of used everywhere. They're used in architecture for these high voltage pylons or space exploration applications. The key ingredient to trusses is that they get rid of bending moments. And only reduce the forces to compression and tension forces. So the overall structure is very sturdy. And we at Hasso-Plattner Institute explored truss structures in the past a lot. So there's Truss Fab in 2017, Transformer 18, and in Trussulator at UIST 21. But now these previous works were already were manually assembled, and we now want to automatically assemble these structures. And related work, there are 2 main approaches how this has been done. The one is using prefabricated truss voxels that are built into larger truss structures. But for my demo reception, essentially where I would need these voxels already, and they are kind of big, so I can't really put it on the plane. And then we have the other approach. So this is building an architectural column from epoxy-soaked yarns, carbon fiber. and they are hanging from this contraption, and this is kind of a big scaffolding. So you need kind of a big structure to build a big structure, and this is also kind of a no-go for the demo reception in that case. So we need something that uses neither building blocks or scaffolding, nor scaffolding, and this is where we draw inspiration from related work in the inflatables. Inflatables are awesome. They have no building, like fundamental building blocks, and have no scaffolding, but right now they are not really sturdy, so this would topple over quite quickly. So the question is how to get kind of the best of both worlds together, and this is what we do in Airtight. And here, if you haven't seen the demo reception, this is what the final result looks like. And yeah, we had it propped up to produce these sort of structures. So the core insight that Airtight builds on is that this is, for example, a tetrahedron, and we just have to produce the nodes. So Airtight is all about making these connections. And it's already a tetrahedron, even if it's deflated. It's topologically a tetrahedron. So this way, we can produce the topology in a small deflated state and then blow it up. And this way, we get kind of this scale effect. Let's look into how Airtight accomplishes this. So I already mentioned we have kind of 4 fundamental operations that we have to implement. And this is what the machine looks like. So we have this metal ring, and in the middle you have the roll of inflatable tube, which sits on these rollers. So they are there for unrolling. And then we have these bookmarking slot components that are there to hold onto tube and store it, and then also aid the tying process. And we have 5 of them in our implementation. In the middle, you can see this carriage, and this has 2 functions. So on the one side, we have the tube pusher, which guides material around and inserts it into the slots. And on the other side, we have our tying device that produces the ties in the end. And this is how you then, when inflating, you get these structures out. Airtight also automates kind of the fabrication process, but we also aid during the designing process. So we build kind of a software pipeline based on TrustFab to guide kind of, to make it very easy to also design structures for the system. And in the system, so it's a SketchUp plugin, and you would have this Octa tool, for example, and with a Minecraft-style interaction, you can click together octahedra into larger objects. What we added now for Airtight is that when you try to create a geometry that would not fit on the machine, we get a real-time feedback that this would exceed now the capacity for slots that you have on the machine, and we compute kind of what the machine should do in real time in every interaction. This way we can also show where double edges which will show up because that are necessary to produce the structure. And finally, you get a preview of how much tube you will need and how much it costs. After the user designed the structure, our algorithm takes over and generates the instructions for the machine. So the idea is that the user put in some target shape, and we need to map the tube onto this target shape. What we use for this is something called Fleury's algorithm, and we build on it for our use case. So Fleury's algorithm works in a way that it starts at some node and it walks down the object step by step. So here we choose this edge because this reduces the number of memory slots that's needed. I mean, in this it doesn't really matter, but in general it does it. And then it traverses the structure. However, in Fleury's algorithm, you run into this issue. So here you are in a dead end, and then you're still missing kind of this last edge. And what we are doing is we essentially doubling one edge to still be able to complete the structure. And this works for any structure, surprisingly. The other thing the algorithm does is it prefers paths that are that reduce the number of slots. So this edge, if we choose this edge, we use 4 slots, and this edge is 3 slots, so we do the other edge. And lastly, if you do this naively, you can run into situations like this, where you have the right octahedron, but it's topologically tangled up. And you actually want this. And we compute the fabrication result in the background, and when we detect the tangling, we retry a different approach. We evaluated our system by producing multiple structures. So this is a 6-meter tower that we actually had to shorten for the demo last night because it wouldn't fit in the room. And then we had we played out the scenario of like a do-it-yourself water park with a goal and a chair, and then you can have fun, HPI essentially. We measured the fabrication times, and we are between 15 minutes and 33 minutes, so this is quite fast compared to TrustFab. And we measured the success rate. It's a 97% success rate per operation. So to conclude, so this is what saved my life last night, essentially. So we could prop up the structure, and on the way back, so we didn't actually produce this here, we shipped it in, but this is also a kind of cool property of the system that you can actually do this. So this whole tower fits in a suitcase, and now we can take it home essentially on the plane and have it a portable tower essentially. And when we get back home, I'll take a set of pliers and just cut the ties and then roll it up for the next project. So you can also reuse it, and I will work on actuation and kind of large-scale soft robotics next, which is my future work. I would thank to all my amazing co-authors to help with this work, and happy to take your questions.
Liang He from Purdue University. Very nice talk, and I really love the machine. I also appreciate that it's portable. So my question is very simple. Did you try any different size of the tube, like the width of the tube? So because most of the applications are large-scale applications, did you try any like smaller scale?
We started out with smaller scale, so the machine right now cannot use different diameters, but the whole approach totally works with different diameters, so you can scale it down and do like, I don't know, 3D printing size structures essentially. Or you can also double the diameter, and then you get much more like larger structures essentially out. Yeah, but you would need to redesign the machine to accommodate for this right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Koya from the University of Tokyo. So I think I still don't quite understand the mechanism. So is it possible to fix the folding angle of each hinge, or do you need to fix all the nodes to finalize the shape?
So if I understand the question correctly, so the mechanism creates the nodes.
So is there any way to fix the folding angle of each hinge?
No, it doesn't care about the folding angle. We assume that the structure is like a rigid graph.
Yeah, okay.
And therefore the folding angles are defined by the structure itself.
I see, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sophia from Stanford. Great talk, it was very cool. I'm wondering if you considered integrating any sense of physical viability into your design tool for users. I can imagine a user maybe accidentally designing a truss that's meant to be load-bearing but can't bear the load properly, or is maybe off-kilter somehow.
Yeah. So we didn't include it in the tool right now, but I think that's actually kind of, even without explicitly checking for it, I think it's actually an advantage that the structures are so light, because we produced this gigantic pavilion from TrustFab, and it's always a little bit scary if people walk under it sometimes, or shake on it, I guess. And for this, even if it would collapse, it's still fell on me several times somehow, so, and it's totally fine. Like, I think, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds low stakes, luckily.
Yeah. So the tower is actually only 6 kilograms, so it's very light. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, really loved your talk. This is Elizabeth, also from Stanford University. I was curious if you could talk a little bit about the, I guess, payload versus, I guess you could say, pressure that you have to put into it, and how that changes based on what your algorithm is of what you're doubling up in all of those natures.
I didn't understand the last part.
Sorry.
The last sentence.
So the algorithm you're using of deciding what edges to double up would also affect how much weight that the truss could hold and the integrity of that truss. So I was curious, do you take that into account when you're deciding like your algorithm of which paths you're choosing, and as well as what the payload is to, I guess you could say, the pressure that you have to put into the truss?
Yeah, so the path per se doesn't really influence the payload. I think when you want to design like very stable structures, you want to have like short edges essentially, because the main problem is like buckling, and buckling is essentially goes down by quite considerably if you have short edges. And right now we are inflating the tubes with like 0.2 bars, and we get right now they buckle at like 30 kilograms. 1 meter beam when it's perfectly aligned, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alejandro from UCSB. I love the project, love the presentation. Telling my partner yesterday that I wish I've had this as a kid. I would take in my parents' living room over. With that in mind, have you thought of any interaction of possible changes to the tool to allow for editing or like changing the nodes positions? I know that right now you have like a tie rope or like a wire, but maybe some kind of color that you can untie and shift around to like kind of like have an editing possibility of the structure, and you can play with it a little bit more?
Yeah, so I mean, some of the editing capability was essentially at the demo reception. I mean, shortening the tower. You essentially, I mean, if you figure out the path, you can pull through the tie, and then you make some segments shorter than others. Okay. From supporting this from the software side, right now the tool only like supports moving nodes, I guess, and then you would need to refabricate.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. For our final talk in this section, we are going to have Alex Mazursky telling us about thermal routing.
Hi, I'm Alex, and today I'm excited to show you Thermal Router, our tool for enabling users to design thermally sound devices. This work was done by myself, Boris, Shenyuan, Dasha, Joyce, and Svetlana in Pedro's lab at the University of Chicago. Now, what do I mean when I say thermally sound devices? Let me use this example to demonstrate. Here, a maker has 3D printed 2 lamps of a fire-breathing dragon that they found on Thingiverse. The maker, excited to brighten up their room with some custom decor, turns their lights on. However, after just a few minutes, they find that one of the lamps that they just spent hours printing has collapsed. Now, the difference between these lamps is that the lamp on the left is the default model from Thingiverse, but the lamp on our right has been modified by our CAD tool, Thermal Router. So let's find out, why can the version made with Thermal Router withstand the heat? It's because Thermal Router automatically embeds the maker's model with heat channels that dissipate the heat. They're made from commercially available, thermally conductive plastic and act as an embedded heatsink. We made Thermal Router for 2 reasons. First, makers often 3D print objects that interact with heat sources, whether it's a lamp, a motor, or a CPU. And unfortunately, 3D printed materials are insulating, and they often have low melting points. And then secondly, Heat transfer itself is just plain unintuitive. How many makers want to do something like tediously set up a finite element analysis prior to printing their designs? What I'm describing is quite literally a thermal engineer's job, and unfortunately, current tools fail to empower makers with the domain knowledge of engineers. And so we made Thermal Router as a CAD tool in order to help novices with making their designs thermally sound. So let's see how this works. Consider a maker that's making a Raspberry Pi gaming case. While playing, the Raspberry Pi overheats. Now, they could go back and click on the built-in finite element analysis and attempt to design and simulate a solution themselves. But simulation has a steep learning curve and requires many inputs from the user. Any inaccuracy here can result in dramatically wrong solutions and frustration. Moreover, finite element analysis alone doesn't actively help the user to solve their problem. So let's see how Thermal Router both actively helps the user and simplifies this process of running simulations. So the user runs Thermal Router, which we implemented as a plugin for Fusion 360. It guides the user by asking for information that informs the tool to generate designs and run simulations. So first, the user selects the heat source and says its temperature is 80 degrees Celsius, and then later selects the parts in the model that are exposed to air. Then the user lets Thermal Router know which parts can be embedded with heat channels by selecting the top and bottom of the case. Immediately, Thermal Router begins generating designs with thermally conductive material branching out from the heat source, like these. Now, you might be asking, why not print the entire design from this material? And it's just costly, basically. While this is available as a consumer product, it's $250 for a kilogram spool, so 10 times that of PLA. And often, you really don't need that much material in order to dissipate the heat. So we strategically generate these types of branching patterns in order to spread the heat and let the user specify their budget. For example, dragging the cost slider down will reduce the channel thickness, while dragging it up will apply material more generously. So after these very simple inputs from the user, Thermal Router now automatically simulates the performance of the original model, followed by these many variations of branching heat channels, and then picks the design that best meets the user's specified goal. By default, this is lowering the maximum temperature, in this case the CPU, but it can also be something like smoothing the thermal gradient in order to reduce hotspots. So the user can now go print and play because the heat channels have cooled down their CPU. A benefit of our approach is that Thermal Router uses existing CAD operations. This means its output is editable by the user. For example, if a user doesn't want a heat channel somewhere, they can roll the model history back to before Thermal Router's changes, manually split that area off, and then roll the timeline forward to automatically update the heat channels to avoid this area. Or the user can directly interact with the sketches generated by Thermal Router, like this. Now, importantly, Thermal Router can be used throughout the prototyping process. It does not have to be the last step. In fact, this user, satisfied with cooling their CPU, wants to add haptics to their device with some rumble motors, which themselves generate heat. So they run Thermal Router again with the new heat sources selected, and the software generates additional design variations for the user, and so on. Now, there's two key software steps for Thermal Router to work: generating heat channels and running simulations. For info on how we run simulations, please refer to our paper. So generating heat channels follows a simple process of starting at a heat source, generating a branch, patterning that branch radially around the heat source, extruding this pattern to 3D, then doing a Boolean intersection on the modifiable parts, repeating this for a set of different parameter variations that depend on the user's input, and then repeating this for all remaining heat sources. And I want to emphasize that while these patterns are simple and not necessarily optimal, they're effective at dissipating heat and can be printed in these multi-material prints with ease. Now, Thermal Router isn't just for rigid objects like I've shown up until now. If a user's working with soft materials like silicone, they can check an optional box that lets the tool know that they'll need molds. So Thermal Router generates molds with an additional step of cutting the desired object out of a solid block so that the object can be cast. For example, this user is making a soft case for a Raspberry Pi with thermally conductive silicone. So let me show a few creative ways that Thermal Router helps users. This fan's motor heats up and causes its fixture to melt. Thermal Router fixes this by adding heat channels around the motor. As you can see, these dissipate the heat buildup by routing the heat away. This silicone phone case overheats the phone, but adding dissipative heat channels cools it down. And of course, the fire-breathing dragon lamp, which went from crumpling in minutes to surviving a 24-hour stress test. So the digital fabrication community, our friends in this room, have examined how to embed domain knowledge into novice-friendly tools to help design objects that are mechanically functional. However, up until now, users haven't had tools that automate the challenges of heat transfer. And so this is what we try to tackle with Thermal Router. I want to conclude by highlighting something interesting. Thermal Router automates technical challenges. It was never designed primarily to be an educational tool, yet we've been running some workshops where we hand this off to makers and tell them, address this heat issue, and they step away from the tool telling us that they've learned something from it. We attribute this to Thermal Router's interpretability of the solutions and ability for the user to directly modify its output. And we see tools like this as a way to empower users to both automatically create practical solutions, but also to grow their skills and intuition so that they might become better makers even in the absence of these tools. I want to thank my collaborators that really made this work possible, and thank you all for your attention. I'm excited to take your questions.
Hi, Alex. Great work for us photography from MIT CSAIL. I have a question about... Yeah, okay, thank you. How do you specify the temperature limit? It's like, how do you control that, okay, this device needs 40 degrees Celsius as a limit? And can the user control it as well?
I'm not sure if I'm hearing exactly.
Okay, so like, for example, in this 3D model, how do you know that this model requires a limit of 40 degrees Celsius?
I see, okay. Yeah, there's a variety of ways that users can figure out what the temperature of that part might be. The best example is with something like a Raspberry Pi, where you can look at the logs and actually see what the temperature of the CPU is, but there's alternative methods. A basic thermometer could be used as a probe, a thermal camera if you're a more advanced user that has that, or even just looking at data sheets to see kind of what the maximum temperature you might be looking at. A really basic one would be touch as well. I mean, you can just go off of feel in some cases.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Yunyi from MIT. I wonder, right now, the applications seem to be more about heat dissipation. I wonder whether there are like other applications that's kind of like precise routing for heat. So for example, if you have a heat source and then you want it to heat up something else. And also, can you put it into fiber form factor and put it on garments?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the natural extension of this work. So this is really aimed at helping the makers with these kind of low fidelity heat issues. I really envision putting this into something that's less about dissipating heat and more about using heat in like interactive ways. Exactly. How can we move that heat from somewhere where it's bad to somewhere where it might be useful, perhaps like providing haptic feedback or something like that to the user.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, Alex. Thank you very much for your talk. Very nice work. It's Raul from MIT CSAIL and UC3M. And my question is about, for example, in the controller, I don't know if I understood well, how do you design the shape for dissipating? I mean, you have there like this kind of a spider to dissipate the heat, but do you have any idea of how to design the optimal shape to dissipate the heat?
I see. Okay, so we draw inspiration from works directly in heat transfer that use these similar kind of branching heat patterns. So essentially collecting this heat at the source and then trying to spread it to a wide area. Exactly. And with that, we're kind of constrained by the user's budget and then also things like printability. So that's why these channels are pretty thick. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Alejandro from UCSB. I have two questions. The first one is, have you considered adding a cooling source to simulation? Because my lab, we just like print it, put a fan, let's see if it holds. We're not going to do a finite element analysis for simple prototypes. Then maybe you can add a cooling source as well to simulation.
Yeah.
And the second question would be, have you considered any aesthetic elements to your exploration? Like, for example, like crafters, of course, we like to paint things, so maybe there's a way to heat stimulate the paint to essentially evoke different patterns and include the stencil patterns into the aesthetics of the controller, for example, so it shows lightning or something as it heats up.
I see. Okay, to answer the first question, yes, we've looked at exploring cooling also. It basically works the opposite. The heat just flows in a different direction. In our paper, we have an example of someone that made a like a silicone ice pack that better, capture or draws heat from the user and cools them down using these kinds of soft and stretchable heat channels. And then to answer your second point about the aesthetic elements of it, it wouldn't be too hard to extend this into that area if you add something like a thermochromic paint. Yeah, and probably could be integrated into the tool as well. Yeah.
Super cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I love it.
So hello, I'm Doha from Aarhus University. So I was wondering what kind of temperature threshold, like the top limit, did you consider? So was it the glass transition of the filament that you're using? So this is the first question. The second question is, so do you have any analysis that you just compare this thermal ruder project with any, as far as I understood, you're just using conductive thermal conductivity. You're just using the thermal conductiveness and also for, natural convection, right? So you're just actually creating some traces for the heat conductivity, and you're just actually forcing the material for the natural convection. So did you compare the forced convection and the natural convection of your system? So I mean, I was wondering why, is it really effective, like compared to the forced convection you got me? So,
yeah. Okay. There was a lot there.
Sorry for that. Because by the way, it's a really great project. I really like it because, like, for the do-it-yourself project, it's awesome.
Thank you. I can start with the back half of that question in terms of this kind of compared to like conventional ways of cooling things down or doing like forced convection. What we do is we embed these channels directly into the model. So we like this approach because users don't have to redesign around something like adding in a heat sink, which in this case, this is exaggerated, but if a user adds in this additional material, then they have to probably change the fit of their design, whereas ours, it's kind of embedded directly inside.
I actually have to stop you from answering some questions because the session is over, but I want you guys to keep talking.
I will find you.
Okay.
Okay.
No, we're done. Okay. The session's over.
I said I will find you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I have a question and I was like, okay, perfect. Thanks everybody. This is a great session.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So I'm Artem, and we're about to start. So we'll actually switch the presentation. We'll switch. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this is a Feel the Future Haptic Toolkit session, and I'm Artem. I'll be the session chair from Google Research, and the first presentation will actually be last because of technical difficulties, and so the first one will be the second one, the magnetic, machine-knitted passive and interactive haptic textiles with integrated binary sensing. And this will be presented by Yihui, Lu, and actually the authors asked me to mention that they're graduating soon, the first and the second author, Yihui and Junyi. They'll be on the job market and looking for faculty and industry positions. EU works on intelligent textiles for human environment interactions, and Junyi works on personal health and medical sensing, so please feel free to talk to them after.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm very happy here to present our work on magnetic, machine-knitted, passive, and interactive haptic textiles with integrated binary sensing. This is a project collaborated with Junyi, Kui, Cedric, Stephanie, and Wojtek. So haptic is a very important component in tangible user interface and the rapidly evolving field of AR and VR. Haptic interactions can be broadly classified into two categories. Active haptics interfaces consume powers to generate sensations by electrical stimulus, force, vibration, or motion, capable of delivering precise and customizable feedback. In contrast, passive haptics use non-power passive interfaces like physical props or texture surfaces to offer sensation to users during their actual movement. They are cost-effective, power-efficient, and easier to design, making them ideal for scalable applications. Some examples include a mechanical keyboard and gears in your car. And in this work, we will focus on passive haptics. Researchers have explored optimized mechanical structures and material properties to realize passive haptics by 3D printing and laser cutting. And magnets have been investigated as one of the most popular tools to realize passive haptics due to its high force output to weight ratio, versatile yet linear responses. However, most of these devices are rigid, making them very hard to integrate it in wearables. There are few works on soft, passive haptic interfaces, but they are usually fabricated manually with very long and complex design and fabrication cycles. And to this end, we propose Magnetic, a simple design and fabrication pipeline enabling passive haptics in wearables using digital machine knitting, industrial-scale textile manufacturing technique. The passive force feedback in magnetic was generated through the interaction between a permanent magnet and a ferromagnetic yarns. The commercial ferromagnetic yarns is made of stainless steel fiber, which can be attracted to a magnetic field. A typical passive haptic unit is made of two knitted fabric, a bottom one with plated ferromagnetic yarns, and a top one with a split pocket so that we can insert a permanent magnet in there. And when the user performs the interaction, the permanent magnet will get closer to the plated ferromagnetic patch, and therefore an attractive force will be generated and transmitted to the user through the fabric. Magnetic can be further augmented with a binary sensing capability by utilizing the high conductivity of the ferromagnetic yarn and the magnet. This was simply realized by placing the magnet into a split pocket made of conductive yarns. So when the interactions happen, the conductive components come together, and this will activate the electrical path, and the resistance will drop dramatically. And this drop will actually indicate the presence of the interactions. So inspired by previous work, we actually proposed different magnetic designs for different kinds of interactions. This include linear, polar, angular, planar, radial, and free motions, enabling implementation very similar to a slider, switch, knob, thumbstick, and joystick. And all of these samples, except the free motion ones, it's actually fabricated automatically with the digital knitting machine in one machine run without any post-processing except the insertion of the permanent magnets. Magnetics leverage the advantage of digital design and fabrication, which enable interactive and customizable designs and automatic fabrication. We offer interactive parametric design templates for magnetic designs featuring each of the interactions, which are compiled and visualized based on KnitOut and open source machine knitting instruction compilers. Users are free to define various parameters, including which interactions to feature, which yarn carrier to use, with or without the integration of conductive yarns for binary sensing and so on. Our templates then take all of the user-defined parameters and outputs the corresponding low-level machine knitting instructions. And then the digital knitting machine takes in the instruction and fabricates the designs automatically. We evaluated the performance of magnetic with different knitting patterns and its dynamic force response with different plated ferromagnetic patch placements. But more details can be found in our paper. Because of the time limit, I will skip this part. We demonstrate the usability and effectiveness of magnetic with 2 user studies. We recruited participants to wear a machine-knitted glove with an integrated ferromagnetic patch and the index finger. They were asked to experience and define and identify different passive haptic patterns by hovering their index finger above different permanent magnets layout. In general, participants achieved 93.1 accuracy in identifying the texture surfaces. And in the second user study, the participants were asked to interact with the swatch, enabling a polar interactions. Participants were asked to rotate the top layer to a target position to specific degrees. They were asked to do this with and without a passive haptic feedback provided. When the passive haptics was enabled, a magnet was placed in the pocket at the target position. And participants reported they experienced higher resistance when rotating to the target position when the passive haptic is offered, which explains the higher success rate when the passive haptics exist. And the higher accuracy in distinguishing between various force feedback and the improved success rate observed in this rotation task confirms the effectiveness of the magnetic in providing feedback to users. And lastly, I would like to talk about some applications enabled by magnetic. So magnetic can be easily integrated into full-size garments due to its compatibility with industrial textile manufacturing process. For example, here we designed a full-size glove with an integrated numpad where users can move their fingers to input the numbers through the integrated binary sensing. At the same time, the users will receive the passive haptic feedback through the generated attractive force, which confirms their inputs. And this could be extended to wristband as a rotary input interface, and a sleeve and a hat. We also present interactive tablecloth that provides user with both comfort and seamlessly integrated input interface with the passive haptic feedback. So magnetic is a passive interface that benefits from being scalable, portable, low cost, low power. However, it also suffers from the common limitations of passive haptics, such as the lack of real-time response programming. Also because of ferromagnetic yarns only attracts to the magnetic field, so currently our system is limited to providing feedback in one direction. We also use permanent magnets, which are small with comparable size with a zipper and a button in our wearables. However, this is not ideal for a fully soft interface. And in the near future, we aim to explore soft magnets and textile-based electromagnets to implement a fully soft interface. We also plan to conduct more comprehensive user studies to validate users' perception to our system. This will help us further explore the potential applications, especially in AR/VR setup. And thank you. I'm moving to any questions.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Maybe I'll ask the first question. So you use the resistive sensing for the, right? But did you think about like flux sensing, like magnetic flux, for example, so you can sense not just binary, but like continuous sensing, for example?
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. So for now, we only implement binary sensing because for a more continuous sensing setup, we actually need something that is bulkier, like actual devices that can measure the change of magnetic field. But for this specific project, we want to have it more compact and more portable setup in wearables, so that we. And also, because we're interested in passive haptics, which will be only generated feedback when the user is when the user is moving their fingers towards the passive haptic units. So it's an instantaneous feedback. So having binary sensing for that, actually, it's in a very similar concept.
Hello, Ahad from Stanford University. Great talk. I guess I was wondering, ferromagnetics often have challenges with interference between adjacent permanent magnets and interfering magnetic fields. From your experience, how close were you able to put your different permanent magnets and still be able to resolve different locations?
That's a really good question. So it depends. It depends on how strong your magnet is. So for here, we actually didn't use a very strong magnet so that we can place the magnets close enough in centimeters. But because a lot of our applications is on hand. Hand has a very sensitive sensory system. But imagine if you want to have this kind of feedback on your feet, on your body, which have less sensitive sensory system, we would imagine we will need to use stronger magnets. So that will be a trade-off between how strong the magnets you are using and what is the distance between magnets.
Maybe I can ask another question. We still got a little bit of time. See, so did you think about designing the whole garment? So it would be cool to see a jacket. Then you can test it in a real environment. It would be interesting.
Yeah, so our project actually used digital machine knitting. So it's a manufacturing process that is compatible with full garments. We have previous project using the same technique for a full-size glove, full-size vest, and we show a full-size socks over here. So this could definitely be extended to a full-size garment.
Okay, let's thank the presenter. It's great work. So, Telex styles. Yeah. So this is end-to-end remote transmission of fabric tactile sensation.
Okay.
Well, okay. Well, thank you for introduction. I am Takekazu Sagishi. I am a PhD student at the University of Tokyo from Japan. Today, I want to talk about haptics and AI. The tactile sensation of textiles is critical to an individual clothing experience. In a physical store, customers often touch the clothes to evaluate the texture of the textile. However, when shopping online, customers cannot physically examine the texture of the textile, making it difficult for them to accurately anticipate the comfort level of the garment. This limitation can reduce the quality of the shopping experience, as the garment purchase may not meet the customer's comfort expectations. To address the challenges, we seek to develop a system that can transmit the tactile sensation of textiles to a remote location, allowing to users to feel as if their fingers have touched the textile on site. There are some challenges in both sensing and display. For sensing, we must be able to recognize various textiles with handheld sensors. However, the pressing force and orientation depend on the person, leading to unstable inference. For display, ideally, we want to generate all the tactile sensation. However, it is difficult, especially to reproduce the delicate tactile sensation of textiles. Haptic revolver present physical textiles. However, it is difficult to select proper patterns from a large number of textiles. For sensing and display, it is an open question about which pattern to present when a person touches a textile that is not included in the training. Existing texture recognition methods mainly classify only known types of textile. It is not tackled to determine the relationship between known and unknown textiles. We propose Telectile, an interface that can remotely transmit tactile sensation of textiles. When a user touches a textile with the input device, the roller rotates so that the textile with the closest properties is in front of the other user. We use contrastive self-supervised learning to obtain a latent space that takes into account the proximity between textiles. By reflecting the latent space, users can simulate the tactile experience of any garment online. For sensing, the jig keeps the force on the sensor constant and stabilizes the contact angle with the textile. You place this device on the clothes, and the jig stops when a certain force was applied. It has spring and 3D printed plastic structure that accommodates this tactile sensor. This sensor captures a microstructure of textile with high resolution. It has a resolution of 320 times 240, which means it has a resolution of 0.1 millimeter, which is compatible with the human finger. The sensor is composed of gel, a camera, and RGB LED lights. When this sensor is pressed, the gel deforms according to the texture, and the camera captures it. By doing this, the clothing color affects little on the sensor. For display, we made a roller-type actuator that can present physical textiles with a similar tactile feel. This microcontroller receives information on which type of textile to present, and the roller rotates so that the textile is in front of you. We chose fabrics to cover different areas of the latent space. First, we reduced the dimension of the latent space to 1 dimension and picked 16 samples up at equal intervals and applied it to the roller. For sensing and display, the contrastive learning model can learn the relationship between textiles. When the input data is similar, it gets closer. On the other hand, when the input data is dissimilar, it gets far. With this sequence of events, Telectiles enables the end-to-end remote transmission of the tactile sensation of textiles. To evaluate whether the latent space mirrors the tactile sensation of the textile, we examined whether the model can classify different textiles. Then we conducted a user test to determine whether the model can assess the similarities as the humans do. First, we examined whether the model can classify different textiles as different. We used k-nearest neighbor method to cluster the latent space and measure the accuracy by comparing the actual levels with the clustering result. The result was that the learned latent space clustered 119 types of textiles with 80.44% accuracy. We confirmed that our models can sufficiently separate different textiles as different. Next, we conducted a user test to determine whether the model can assess the similarities as humans do. We got the similarities judged by humans and the model and compared them statistically. The result was that the model's choice did not match the human's choices enough. For top K accuracy, the top one accuracy was 16.7%, and this was better than random, but just better than random. One reason for this is that humans seem to take friction mainly into account, while the system takes mainly into microstructure. When you feel the tactile sensation of textile, you usually slide your fingers on the cloth. However, we place the sensor on the cloth to take the tactile property. This method captures microstructures mainly, and sliding it on cloth and taking into account the friction was a necessary point. So the future work is bringing the gap of the embedding between humans and the system. We will take friction into account. In addition to this, we will also take human feedback result into account. If we consider the latent space by machine learning as a very simple approximation of the latent space of human tactile sensation, we can expect to get closer and closer to human tactile sensation through this work. At the same time, the nature of human tactile sensation will be gradually clarified. This is our presentation. Thank you.
Hi, David Lindelbauer, CMU. Thanks for the presentation. Very interesting hardware and general concept. So I was wondering, you take this multidimensional latent space, collapse it to one dimension.
Yeah.
How do you ensure that the distance or order in that collapsed latent space is meaningful?
Well, thank you very much. Well, actually, it's a very important point, and what we did was we reduced dimension to 1D by using UMAP, but it was very discussion point, and the other point, I think by aligning the textile to 1D and pick it out to at equal interval would be effect, but after finishing the project, what we think was that it would be best to cluster whole the latent space to 16 clusters and get the centroids of the 16 centroids and get the most similar textile would be would be good, but we haven't compared the which would be the most effective. So this is this is also the future work. Thank you.
Hi, Lana from Sony CSL. I really like the idea, but I think even if your system was completely perfect at capturing texture, humans are very biased by things like the thickness, maybe the stretchiness, and so you might still not get a good match between the human idea of what is the good texture and the systems results?
Thank you. Well, actually, why we did this sensor was that microstructure would be the main effect when I started the research, because the resolution of the human finger is very high, so it was, I assumed it was the main, but as you indicated, the thickness of the textile and friction, or like friction or temperature or other modality is also important. And the answer is, I think now the best modality would be friction. And so what we should do first is taking into account the friction by taking account to the time series friction data into account, and it will be difficult to implement, but what to challenge first will be the friction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, let's thank the speaker, and we're gonna move to the next one. So the next speaker is Jorgen Steimi from Saarland University, who's a professor there, and he's presenting VRL Kit, computational design of personalized wearable robotic limbs.
Yeah, thanks, Artin. So I'm stepping in on behalf of our first author, Artin Sabapur, who unfortunately cannot be here today. This work is about wearable robotic limbs, additional robotic structures that we can wear on our body in addition to the 2 arms and 2 legs that we're having. And this is a collaboration between Saarland University, the Theobald Lab at the Max Planck Institute for Informatics, and the Inami Lab at the University of Tokyo. So wearables are moving from wearables that can sense to wearables that actuate and move our body. And we're excited about pioneering work that has been conducted both in our own community and in the robotics community about wearable robotic limbs. You can see some examples here, structures that can be worn on multiple locations on the body and that help us enhancing our physical abilities. They can make us stronger, they can add to our physical endurance, they can help us make more dexterous activities, and so forth. But one major challenge remains. All of these devices here are typically one-off devices designed for specific tasks and designed by experts. And we were wondering if there is a way of how we can enable lay people, people like us, HCI people, designers, creative makers, in starting engaging with this exciting field and building their own structures. And we've been inspired by work from our own community that has shown that there is good strategies and techniques of how we can offer powerful abstractions to designing robots by using graphical interfaces that allow designers to engage at a high functional level of abstraction. But so far, these are limited to devices that are off the body. And so the main contribution of our work here is to present a new body-aware design and fabrication approach that helps a broad community, or we hope it helps a broad community of people to engage in this exciting field. The work is inspired by design considerations that we've compiled from the literature, and I'll show some example prototypes that we've implemented to show the versatility of the approach. So the space of designing for wearable robotic limbs is quite complex because we do not only have to account for considerations of robotics, but also we have to deal with the complexity of the human body. We dived into literature both in wearables and robotics to identify initial set of design considerations. So first of all, of course, each person's body is unique. We have a unique body size and also the shape varies significantly across individuals. And similarly, the way we perform tasks is highly individual, both in the dynamic poses we assume and also in the way we move when performing these tasks. The body affords different locations where we can attach wearable robotic structures. Just to give you a few examples, mounted on the hip, we can benefit from the structural stability of the torso and have fairly large structures. If you go further down the kinematic chain and position devices, say, on the forearm or on the hand space, then we can support more dexterous activity with handheld objects. So choosing the right location is very important, not only for the task, but also for different other constraints of how we can move with the body. Reachability is another important point. Contrary to classical robots, we have the human in the loop. These devices are born on the human body, so with every movement we make, the target position of the end effector may change, so we really have to account for dynamic postures here as well. And then, of course, there's comfort issues and safety issues that need to be considered altogether. So let me show you how we try to address these different points in body-aware design and fabrication approach. The approach has three major steps. First, we start with a motion capture stage where users can demonstrate how they perform a physical task naturally. We capture this and then can account for individual body characteristics and individual postures while performing the task. Next, in a graphical editor, designers can specify additional functional requirements of the device, and then we use optimization for optimizing for comfort and safety. And in the end, we export a fabrication and fabricable specification that people can construct and assemble quite easily. In the next couple of slides, I will just walk you very briefly through each of these steps. So in the first step, the user demonstrates the task, and we capture their body's motion pattern, the range of motion, and body dimensions using optical motion capture that is markerless and using just a single RGB camera. Here we use the VNEC library from the Max Planck Institute. It is a pose regressor that is based on a convolutional neural network with a kinematic skeleton fitting. And we use this information on 3D joint positions during dynamic execution of the task to parameterize a biomechanical model that is then represented as an avatar in Unity. And we do believe this really is a key point to account for these highly individual ways of how tasks are being executed on and with the body. The next, in the graphical design tool, the avatar is visible and the designer can specify the mounting location on the avatar by clicking on a point on the body. In this case, for instance, we see the mounting location on the upper arm close to the shoulder. Then in the next step, one can define the robot's targets, so the points that the end effector should be able to reach. Here we allow for two types of targets. One type of target is directly on the body surface. Polygon can be defined, and these are points that the end effector should be able to reach under all the postures and poses that the user has demonstrated initially. Another option is to define an area in the user's peripersonal space around the body. You see this here in this volume that can be pulled up, and that defines a 3D volume with respect to the base, the mounting point of the robot. The next, at the heart of our approach, is an optimization process. The goal here is to create a wearable robotic limb that is not only functional, but also comfortable and safe for the user to wear. And we approach this problem as a multi-objective optimization problem where we use simulated annealing to find a global optimum. As you can imagine, with the many different constraints that we have in this space, this of course is a very complex optimization problem with many trade-offs involved. We try to find a global optimum that solves for multiple criteria. And the overall idea is, and I will spare you the details, you can find the math and all details in the paper. The overall idea is to optimize for the length of the individual segments of a 3 degree of freedom serial link robot that can be born on the body. And we optimize for multiple criteria. So one of them is reachability. We want to make sure that the structure that we optimize can reach the target points on the body and around the body. Second, we minimize the stress on the skin by reducing torques and forces. We also reduce drift, sideways drift of the device on the body by reducing peak torques and peak forces. We maximize the compactness of the device, trying to find a small envelope, a small volume of the workspace. And finally, we calculate potential collisions between the device under all configurations with the user's body and also try to minimize on those. All of this is immediately visualized, so the designer is in the loop, can see the result, and can modify it if necessary. The green dots that you see here are representative target points, and clicking on them will show you the robot's configuration in a specific pose of the user. Once satisfied, the device can be realized. We automatically generate fabrication files and instructions for assembly, and then this admittedly quite simple prototype can be quite easily put together. So it consists of a 3D printed base unit where the curvature of the base unit is adjusted for different body locations, and this one can be adjusted on the body with straps. We have dynamic servo motors that we use here with 3D printed connection hubs and links that are made out of laser cut acrylic or aluminum, and it's those links again that are optimized in length. We offer several passive simple end effectors, simple grippers, also end effectors that have interesting haptic properties, and of course users can create more and plug them in with the system. So let me show you some example prototypes that we have realized here. We have validated practical feasibility by quickly building quite different prototypes that support different tasks at different body locations. For instance, this example here mounts a wearable robotic limb on the upper arm. This is to create a more immersive VR experience with haptic feedback. Here we simulate a simple spider that's crawling up the user's arm, and we create some simple haptic output with the device. In this application here, the user is using a shoulder-mounted device that offers a third hand while tinkering for holding tools. And this one here is mounted on the forearm. It helps the user carry larger goods to have one hand free for interacting in the physical environment. And you can find more application examples and also in a user study and the results in the paper. So to summarize, we have presented a computational method for rapid prototyping of WRLs, an interactive tool that allows people to create those structures easily. Of course, it comes with a number of limitations. In our current implementation, it is limited to 3 DOF, limited to serially connected rotary actuators. We also do not account for the dynamic loads and the dynamics of the robot. All of this should be done. We hope we can do this in future work. But what I want to point out is that the approach that we propose here is generic. We do believe that capturing users executing tasks is an important step for optimizing for wearable devices and actuating devices on the body. Thank you very much. Happy to take some questions.
Hi, I had a question about control, which is that, when you generate these things, I guess they all are about have a few joints at the moment, but how does the user control them? How do they, are they able to specify target locations, and how would they do that? And also, if the user is moving, how would the robot arm, how does it know, what orientation it's at, or where it is, how does it keep track of the 3D space that it's operating in?
All great questions. So I should point out that our work here is only about creating a physical hardware prototype. So we intentionally did not engage in the control question at all, which is a very different but also orthogonal question. So what we offer here is a toolkit that can be interfaced with all controllers that speak TTL. And so then the idea is that the prototype is available, is optimized, and then can be interfaced with for any task at hand. So the application examples that we have here are really simple ones where we have some simple control routines that we implemented ourselves.
Aryan here from Monash University. I wanted to mention a really great talk, and you spoke about how you want to design for body conformity, and also the current existing literature is kind of very specifically targeted for a use case, and you were kind of going for a generic application which can be expanded. So wanted to ask, what are your views on these limbs kind of collapsing into the user's body and kind of not getting in the way in their general lifestyle, and the mechanical nature of it not being disruptive enough while they do their other tasks and not being engaged in the specific scenario?
Interesting, important question. I think multiple points. One of them is, of course, the structure itself should be optimized such that, step over to the mic. The structure should be optimized such that it primarily does not create collisions. This is what we're doing here. But then there's also the real-time control question to it. So of course, we need sensors. We need to know about how this device is positioned, how the body is positioned to dynamically account for it. And the third part that we haven't touched upon here at all, but I think this is also really interesting, is can we create more compliant devices that sort of can deform with the body and on the body, rather than those rigid structures that we have here. And I do believe and hope that all of these points will come together eventually for devices for the body.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's thank the speaker. Our next talk is interactive benefits from switching electrical to magnetic muscle stimulation, presented by Yudai Tanaka, from PhD student at University of Chicago.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your introduction, Alten. My name is Yudai Tanaka, and I'm going to talk about my work with Akifumi Takahashi and Pedro Lopez at the University of Chicago. Let's start by observing two identical haptic interactions side by side in virtual reality. As the user pushes this box, a haptic device contracts the muscles to render its resistance. Here on the left, something seems wrong with the user's experience, so they got out of it. They seem very distracted. While on the right, this same user is fully engaged and enjoy the experience with no distraction. But how can these same interaction can result in such a different user experiences? The answer to this and my motivation comes down to these two small fabric pieces. Turned out these are electrodes. They apply tiny electrical currents to the user's skin, reaching and stimulating the muscles and actuating their body, which is called electrical muscle stimulation, EMS. Over the last decade, this technique has gained popularity in providing force feedback in interactive experiences, such as posing the finger, adding haptics in VR, or even augmenting our ability. With this small form factor, EMS became a popular actuation technique, with more than 300 papers published over the last 10 years in HCI. However, while EMS is so popular, these works don't highlight the key issues, which I know from my heart because I've been practicing this technology for over years, which is first, electrical currents have to travel through the user's skin before they reach the muscles to move it. While the movement is what we wanted, when they cross the skin, they stimulate and they create a very uncomfortable tingling sensation in their skin. This is totally unwanted and not the goal of force feedback. Moreover, you have to adhere these electrodes directly to the skin, and these sticky electrodes are gel-based and hard to detach and need replacement every after time of usage. So our goal here is to just create force, and we don't want the side effects of tingling electrodes. So here's my proposal. Can we just create electrical currents inside the body without attaching any electrodes that interfere with the skin? What if we don't use electrical stimulator at all, but instead use a magnetic stimulator? This is a magnetic stimulator, medical grade, and magnetic coil. Let's use this one. So now the user took off their electrodes and hovered their arm over the magnetic coil. The magnetic field from the coil intersects with the body, subsequently creates electrical currents reaching to the muscles, but less of them have to go through the skin, resulting in a similar involuntary actuation, but this time with much less skin interference. We call this magnetic muscle stimulation, MMS. So my proposal is that let's use magnetic stimulation for interactive force feedback, because there are a number of key benefits that we discovered through our user studies. First and foremost, we evaluated how magnetic stimulation could reduce the skin tingling of EMS and make it more comfortable, as the current distribution in the magnetic stimulation is very different from that of EMS. So we applied EMS and magnetic stimulation to the user's arm and asked how much uncomfortable tingling they felt. As a result, the tingling from magnetic stimulation was significantly smaller than that of EMS in all three intensities. This means if you're using EMS and if you care about the comfort of the experience, here you go. This is the way. You can make the experience twice more comfortable by simply switching to magnetic stimulation without any other modification, no code change. as a downstream effect of this reduced tingling, we probed realism of the force feedback. So we immersed the participants in the two VR experiences. One, pushing the box and feel the resistance in their arm. Two, pulling up this lever and feel its weight. What we found is every time when the user pushed this box or pulled up that lever, they felt like feedback was more like an actual force in magnetic stimulation. This means if you want to make the force feedback in VR more realistic using EMS, you can simply switch to magnetic stimulation and you can achieve it, right? So with this improved realism, what can we do? I can destroy my advisor's work from Kai 17 using EMS for haptic realism. This same box feels much nicer, and she doesn't even need to wear the electrodes or take off her clothes to attach the electrodes. Not just realism, we even thought the less tingling could make it even easier for the user to feel the movement and pose in magnetic stimulation. So we tracked the user's hand and measured how accurately they could recreate the hand pose after the stimulation. Turned out, the participants could more accurately recognize and remember the pose created by magnetic stimulation, showing this smaller error. Again, if you're using EMS and want to clearly communicate movement and pose, this is a way that could give it away right now. With this clear pose perception, I can also destroy another work from my advisor. The stimulation to muscle for input and output. So here the coil is inside a couch, and then as the user activates, the magnetic stimulation outputs the playback position of this video to the wrist pose that can be clearly recognized in eyes free. They can also control this video scrubber by moving their wrist. And cherry on top, all of these things can happen up to 5 centimeters with more than 1 Newton force that is enough to move your fingers. With this distance, we can, for instance, attach a coil to the chair to provide the sense of inertia in a driving simulator by stimulating the user's back. All right, we just looked through the key benefits of magnetic stimulation: comfort, realism, clarity, and non-contact. But I have to acknowledge, magnetic stimulation is not the solution for everything. One thing is that it's louder than EMS. By now, I think maybe you may have recognized magnetic stimulation generates this sound. We need to be selective to the sound context of interaction, but more critically, the coil is much larger than the electrodes. So we want to be creative about how to place or even hide the coil and design the interactions. One option is to simply embed the coil, as you saw on the chair, in the couch, or we can take this further. We can even envision embedding this coil behind the handrail in a public space like a train. So here, as the train, user is in the train, suddenly accelerates, the stimulation actually the back of the hand to safely grabbing the handle, preventing them from falling. Another option is to simply wear the coil. So even though it's heavy and large, if your experience is short and you don't move too much, you can just wear it and feel the force in VR, for instance. While in all these examples so far, the coil was fixed in one point, we can also move the coil with the robotic actuator so the user don't voluntarily align their body to the coil. So here they feel the through the shoulder actuation. So today, I pointed out that we can remove these electrodes from EMS and consider magnetic stimulation as an alternative because there are so many benefits to be gained. But more importantly, I am so excited, as you could have tell, about this work because in my PhD, I'm always thinking about haptic devices that intercept the nervous systems instead of covering up the skin, for instance. So for instance, in my Kai paper last year, I proposed intercepting the user's neck muscles to actuate the head, rather than using an exoskeleton attached to the head to mechanically move the head. Magnetic stimulation also intercepts the nerves, but it even opens up a potential to enhance the quality of any haptics in this regime. Thank you so much, and I'll take questions.
Hi, Purnendu from University of Colorado Boulder. So great work. I have two questions. So first is that you showed a robotic platform where the like the coil can move around user's head. But so as I understand, if you want to have multiple haptics, haptics at multiple body locations at the same time, you would either need multiple coils or a robotic system. What could be a wearable analog of this? Why I'm asking this, that could it be a head-worn thing where it stimulates your brain? What do you think about this?
Okay, so as I'm working on this regime, I kind of found that kind of trade-off in this kind of field of intercepting nervous system. So hypothetically, I think we can create the haptics by stimulating the brain, but all the body parts like motor and sensory information are cramming into this less than 10 centimeters region. So current maturity of the non-invasive stimulation, I think it will be quite difficult and challenging to, for instance, specifically moving your wrist only or something like that. So I decided to, instead of stimulating the brain, I decided to locating a coil in the peripheral position. That is the rationale for this work.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Yuda. I'm Yuzia from Stanford University. Thanks for your great talk. My question is specifically around your study one when comparing EMS versus MMS. I'm curious how much trials did you actually stimulate the participant, and also I'm curious if over time you see like the EMS condition, the user actually adapt to the tingling sensations, and if it's actually like you don't feel that much tingling over time.
Exactly. You know it, right? Okay, so yes, there is adaptation, and we did have 2 repetitions for both study one, the comparing the tingling, and also the BR realism ones. And these order of the tasks and then the different trials are all taken into account for this. For the statistical test, which you can check in the paper, but we didn't see the interactions or effect or the effect of the order. So even they both adapt. So EMS might get better, magnetic stimulation could also get better.
Okay, thank you.
This is Yu Jiang from Zara University. I have a really general question about why are you specifically comparing EMS to MMS? I know EMS has always been your own research direction, but then there are also a lot of other haptic simulation like pneumatic and wearable tactile. So are there any similarities? So why are you specifically comparing these two?
I see. Thank you so much. I take this as kind of like my personal mission, and also in HCI community, comparing to robotic device and pneumatic, EMS has become the most popular way. I did some meta-analysis for that. So I thought it would be very nice to kind of like chime in, and then there's so many people working in EMS, and kind of like deliver the message of we can start thinking about the alternative. We can also offline talk about like why I didn't include, for instance, like robotic exoskeletons or pneumatic devices. I have some rationales for that as well, so we can talk later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's thank the speaker. Okay, the next talk is Sleeve.io modular and reconfigurable platform for multimodal wearable haptic feedback interactions, and this work was done at Meta by Ali Tarbanov, who is also a student and at MIT Media Lab.
Thank you. My name is Anish Tarbanov, and my work focuses on lowering barriers to creativity and making innovation and prototyping in emerging fields faster and more accessible through the design and deployment of new platforms. A few years ago, I created a platform for wearable haptics called Flow.io, and last year, during my internship at Meta Reality Labs, I developed a platform for wearable haptics called Sleeve.io with the help of my co-authors, Amir, Mengjia, and Nicholas, some of whom are here in the audience today. In the world of consumer electronics, different types of devices are usually compatible with one another, regardless of their brand. If you are an interaction designer trying to build a new user experience that incorporates several types of products, you can quickly interface them with one another because they share standard protocols for connectivity and communication. But now suppose you want to create some user experience that combines different kinds of emerging haptic technologies, not even technologies, but prototypes. You would find it nearly impossible to combine them unless you spend an enormous amount of time to modify the hardware, to invent new connectors, and maybe even to have to develop your own communication protocols. But what if we had a way of combining different types of haptic feedback projects just as seamlessly as we can combine different kinds of consumer electronics? How much more rapid and more accessible would prototyping become, and what new kinds of user experiences might this enable? This is what I wanted to start exploring, and that's something that required focusing on 4 key areas. Modularity, in order to be able to add or subtract components as needed. Reconfigurability, so that the modules can be arranged and positioned arbitrarily. Support for many different types of haptic actuators. And finally, support for different kinds of actuation approaches that are commonly used in haptics. If we can achieve all 4 of these characteristics together, then we have a fully general purpose solution for wearable haptic feedback interaction. While there have been some prior works that feature one or more of these characteristics, I am unaware of any prior works that have all 4 of them combined, thus leaving this design space almost completely unexplored. This 4-part approach towards compatibility between wearable haptic technologies is what ultimately led to Sleeve.io. Sleeve.io is a fully modular and reconfigurable wearable platform for rapid prototyping and testing of multimodal haptic feedback interactions. Sleeve.io features a diverse set of haptic actuators and many different types of behaviors and actuation approaches, all sharing the same kind of magnetic connection mechanism and all powered by a single control system. The actuators can be connected in numerous configurations on a knitted substrate within seconds, enabling users to rapidly create diverse haptic experiences with Sleeve.io. Sleeve.io features machine-knitted substrates, magnetic couplings consisting of 3D printed poles and caps, 5 types of modular haptic actuators that attach magnetically, control hardware for pneumatic and electromagnetic actuation and sensing, and a software stack with a user-friendly graphical user interface and intuitive libraries. Sleeve.io is fully wearable, portable, and untethered, and it does not require any external hardware or software for power actuation or control. It's all integrated. 2 types of machine-knitted substrates were created for wearability on the forearm, a sleeve that covers the entire forearm, and a set of bands that can be positioned anywhere along the arm. The sleeve is suitable for actuators that don't require direct skin contact, while the bands allow actuators to contact the skin directly. We chose a fabric-based substrate because we wanted Sleeve.io to feel just as natural as wearing a normal garment. We explored several types of hole patterns, and finally we chose a mesh that was knitted using a Pointel knitting pattern with 1 mm diameter holes. It provides a wide degree of stretchability, up to 50% in the longitudinal and up to 100% in the transverse direction. We then have 3D printed poles that we can insert through the holes of the mesh. Let's see if the video would download. Yeah, we can insert through the holes of the mesh anywhere on the sleeve or band, enabling completely arbitrary reconfigurations, just like a breadboard. The poles have a magnetic top to which we can then insert any kind of haptic actuator. Okay, I'm going to skip that. The poles serve 2 distinct roles, first as anchor points for any haptic actuator, and second as carriers of haptic signals, including shear, push, vibration, tilt, and rotation. This required that the base of the poles be engineered in a specific way because that's the part that's in contact with the user's skin, and we wanted the base to be able to deliver all of these sensations. We tried different geometries for the base, but only a star-shaped base was capable of delivering all 5. The coupling mechanism also includes a magnetic cap, and we have 2 versions. A circular cap that provides rotational freedom, and a square coupling that constrains any rotation. So far, we have made 5 different types of modules. Vibroprotectors that use the poles as signal carriers, bellows that act directly on the skin, muscles capable of both shear and vibration stimulus, a cup actuator suitable for suction and puff, and a quad chamber acting on up to 4 neighboring poles. The first 3 actuators are based on prior works in haptics, demonstrating how Sleeve.io makes different kinds of existing haptic feedback projects compatible with one another. And the other 2 modules are new, demonstrating that novel types of actuators can also be developed for Sleeve.io. The cup actuator is entirely 3D printed, and it uses the square magnet for preventing rotation. We can arrange the cup actuators longitudinally, radially, or in a grid pattern, for example. The quad chamber actuator is made out of silicone-based structure that has also several 3D printed parts. To use this actuator type, we first start with 5 poles positioned on the sleeve as shown. We then position 4 magnetic caps on the peripheral 4 poles that provide surfaces onto which each chamber can push. We then insert the silicone chamber on top of the central pole, and finally place an X-shaped cap on top of the actuator. Additionally, we can also add a tube guide that keeps the tubes organized. Here is a slow motion video showing the behavior of a single chamber being actuated repeatedly. These are the actuation patterns we can achieve just with this module alone: directional, vibrational, rotational, and linear, and these are kind of the same patterns we can do with many of the other modules as well. For actuation, sensing, and control of all of the modules, we are using the Flow.io platform along with several of its expansion modules, and for control, we are using the corresponding Flow.io software stack. We conducted pilot studies with each type of actuator to assess the viability of Sleeve.io and our coupling approach specifically. For the 3 types of actuators that we borrowed from prior works, our results showed consistency with those prior works, thus validating the viability of the Sleeve.io coupling approach. And we also created these snowflake diagrams based on our pilot study data, which can serve as tools for designers to quickly be able to decide what type of module is better suited for what type of application. For more details about the methodology of the studies, the actuation patterns used, and our findings, please refer to the paper. These are at least 5 different areas for possible future work. First, we can now begin designing various kinds of applications with Sleeve.io. Second, we can add additional haptic modules as well as add input capabilities. A third path is to go beyond the forearm and consider creating entire clothes with this approach for haptics. A fourth possible area is outreach, such as workshops and hackathons. And related to this, we can also consider doing some longer-term case studies to see what people make with the platform. This work was made possible thanks to all of my co-authors and many other people I had the pleasure to work with at Meta. Here is the project website where you can find the design files for Sleeve.io and details for replicating this work. Finally, I'll also mention that I'm finishing my PhD next semester and I'm starting to look for full-time job opportunities. Thank you.
Any questions? Or I guess I can ask a question. So how do you get this platform into hands of research and educational community? It's hard to get hardware out, and how do you think this?
So, because many of the components for this specific one are 3D printed, this was one of the specific design considerations. We wanted to make this as easy for people to replicate themselves. So that's why, even though we had some other approaches of designing it, we chose specifically to make it 3D printed and make it on a low-cost 3D printers specifically. So that would be ease of getting the platform. As for the sleeve, that requires knitting. However, we also explored ways of creating the sleeve using other approaches such as sewing or weaving. So depending on what access to machines you have, you may not even have to do knitting for the sleeve.
Bing Jian from University of Toronto. It's very impressive work. So what I'm interested in is the extendability of the work. So basically, right now you're supporting 5 different type of haptic stimulations. But what if we as researchers also want to add specific motors or other types of actuators to the system? Will your software structure be able to support that? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. So the design files for the cup actuators and the magnets and also the where you can buy these specific magnets will all be posted on the website, so you can use the coupling approach there to create your own kind of actuator. As for the software, that's all using the Flow.io software stack, which is completely extendable. So you already it's also open source. So you can use that software stack to create graphical user interfaces on top of it, or you can also work at any of the 5 layers of the stack, which includes Arduino compatibility, JavaScript compatibility, Bluetooth compatibility, and more.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let's thank the speaker. Our last presentation is, it was supposed to be the first one. It's a parametric haptic, versatile geometry-based tactile feedback devices presented by CMU PhD student Violet Han.
Thanks for the intro. I'm super excited to give my first conference talk in my research career and already bring disruptions to UIST with technical difficulties. But anyway, the project I'm presenting is parametric haptics, which is about versatile geometry-based tactile feedback devices. And let's first just look at a preview of what a haptic device can do. So here a user is wearing a haptic patch that is designed for a VR jungle exploration game. The user first pass by these bushes, and this leaf stroking sensation is rendered by a row of soft stroking tactors. And then the user extends their arm to this weird plant, and a spider crawls onto their arm, and this pinching sensation is then rendered by a row of sharp pinching tactors. Oops. In this session, I really don't have to try very hard to convince you that tactile sensations are super important in our daily interactions with the world. And we try to recreate them for many purposes. For example, for immersive experiences, assistive scenarios, and also multimodal interactions. Looking at wearable and portable tactile devices, previous works have proposed using vibrotactile stimuli, which can be relatively small and have been shown effective in rendering texture, direction cues, effective touch, and so on. Electrotactile wearables can be even smaller, showing this work to be in the size of a tattoo. This makes it very compliant and adaptable to different body locations. However, as Yudai was talking about through his talk, it can generate a tingling, unnatural electric sensation because it delivers electric current to this instead of a mechanical strain. On the other hand, skin stretch devices directly strain the skin with a lateral stretch, and they're proven effective in rendering directional cues, texture, forces, and so on. However, although these tactile wearables all pose their unique benefits, an observation that we have is that after they're engineered, the end effectors usually stay the same. So in our work, we try to adapt benefits from previous tactile wearables while also aiming to make our device more customizable, versatile, and also adaptable. We propose parametric haptics, which is a geometry-based approach to design and fabricate versatile tactile output devices. We focus on sensations of being touched instead of a user actively touching things. Therefore, we deliberately stay away from output to the fingertips or palms to not obstruct a user's dexterity. Our device can be adapted to various on-body locations, such as the forearm, legs, torsos, and so on, and also can be integrated into different objects. And this allows users to design or download customized haptic experiences as digital assets for their diverse use scenarios. This is because our device is a geometry-based tactile device. It can be 3D printed, and it can be customized to render diverse tactile sensations. Therefore, it allows for the device to be adapted to different on-body locations and objects, and making it versatile for various tactile scenarios. Thanks for the background music. Our main contribution is the tactile feedback geometry that is customizable, versatile, and also adaptable, along with which we provide a wearable prototype to show our device in wearable forms, a design tool that helps users design their own tactile experiences, and we also contribute a set of application examples to show the versatility of our approach and a perceptual study of initial mappings between geometry and perceptual parameters. The key idea in our approach actually is to decompose a tactile device to a generic actuation interface, in this example, which will be a wearable for the forearm, and also 3D printed haptic patches that is embedded with an actuation mechanism. The wearable, looking at the wearable first, it consists of gear motors that provide these patches actuation forces, and motor drivers, a Wi-Fi-enabled microcontroller just to control the motors. The user can exchange different patches onto the wearable for their different use scenarios. Looking then at the haptic patches, this is the base unit of our patch, which is just a simple humble tactor with a stem structure connecting to its center. A tactor also have compliant hinges, which is what allows it to rotate, flip up, and contact the user's skin when it is actuated. Tactors are anchored to a patch and connected via a stream as their stem structures, to allow all tactors laying on the road to be actuated at once with just one simple pull force. We also added a return spring to let tactors return back to their flat state once the actuation force is released. But wait, how does this geometry make our haptic patches so versatile and customizable as I've been advertising about? So the above geometry really allows tactors to appear in the user-defined numbers of rows and columns on a patch. And tactors can be laid out very differently, even in curved paths. Tactors can be user-designed to mimic different tactile sensations, and for that, we provide the design tool that can automatically produce a functioning actuation geometry given user-defined parameters, and users can then use that to design their own tactors and their own haptic patches. Our haptic patches can be of very different sizes, and because they're very compliant, this allows them to be integrated with different objects. For example, this is a pair of glasses that are integrated with a haptic patch which can deliver tactile notifications. And then in this other example, a user is wearing a haptic patch on a back wearable. This patch can deliver different kinds of notifications, such as urgent bank fraud with its sharp, scratchy tactors, or a gentle notification of a text from a friend with a row of soft stroking tactors. And because the patch also contains curved directional rows of tactors, it can also provide the user navigation assistance in this case. We further conducted a user study with 16 participants, which I will only present very briefly, and you can refer to our paper for more details. But basically, we want to confirm that wearing geometries will indeed yield wearing sensations. We tested an initial set of parameters across tactile shape, stiffness, and their layout on the patch, resulting in 18 different patches. Oops. During the study conductor manually actuated the 18 hidden patches in a random order, and participants give perceptual ratings for each pass regarding what they felt and also elaborated on their tactile experience. Subjective ratings in the study results show that our patch indeed is capable of producing a variety of distinct tactile sensations. And interview comments are more interesting. They give more insights into the complex tactile scenarios participants relate to haptic patches to. For example, a participant felt that the short bristles patch is like wearing a light, comfortable wearable that rubs against the skin when they are running. Another participant commented on the sparse round patch that it is like a VR scenario where I am a pet being groomed. To sum up, we present parametric haptics. We contribute a versatile, customizable, and adaptable tactile feedback geometry, along with wearable prototypes, a design tool, a set of application examples, and a perceptual study. Our main contribution is an enabling technology for versatile geometry-based haptics. This allows adaptations to various on-body locations, different objects, and enables haptic experiences to be customized and shared as digital assets. Results from our perceptual study indicated some parameters to produce very interesting effects. For example, a gradient layout was commented by several participants to create the illusion of motion. These effects can be investigated and further enhanced with geometry. And enabled by a geometry-based approach to haptics, future works can conduct in-depth psychophysical studies to investigate the mapping between geometry and perceptual parameters in order to open up a larger design space with more compound parameters. Last but not least, these are the cool people from CMU behind the work. That's me, my co-authors, Abna, you in the audience there, and my most awesome advisors, David and Alex. And with that, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
I can ask the first question. So with this device, I guess you need to get the right pressure to get like the right feeling. Like how do you adjust the pressure? Like how do you know that it's like calibrated correctly?
Yeah, so indeed, for the wearable device, we provide a set of reels because different tactors have different lenses, right? So you may want different height offsets when you're wearing the different haptic patches. Basically, you can adjust heights just looking at what's the length of the tactors. And you can compare reels to tactor lengths to adjust for height adjustments.
Hi, Yudai from Chicago, University of Chicago. Have you ever tested the application of this approach for affective touch or like self-touch? So if you have a layer of this geometry, and then this acts as kind of transfer function, and then your touch, and then your touch will be transmitted to this layer, and then this layer adds the geometry, and then so you touch, and you might feel a different feeling with the addition of this geometry layer. You can, for instance, like make the uncomfortable sensation comfortable, or vice versa. Have you kind of tested this kind of concept?
I'm sorry, are you saying self-touch combined with the geometry?
Yeah, so instead of using like motors to like mechanically actuate, like it's kind of like you're wearing some kind of like haptic vest of things,
Yeah.
and then through that you touch that vest, and then you kind of feel through your touch because it's applying the pressure. But because of the geometry is different,
Yeah.
it will create this different sensations to your skin, right?
So it's just self-actuating the geometries, the users.
Completely passive.
Yeah, we did test that. Even the study conductor manually pulled instead of using a motor to pull. And also, I had some patches that I just asked my friends to self-actuate on their palms to test. And it was very interesting. And people say that something felt like a gentle touch from their mother. So maybe self-actuation could be an interesting direction for this kind of haptics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, so we're...
Can I ask?
I mean...
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead. We're very short on time, so if you have a quick question.
Okay, sure, sorry. Yeah, this is Joria from University of Cambridge. Just wondering, so if I understand correctly, one set of surface can only generate one kind of feedback, but if you, for example, touch the grass, and later if you touch a spider, there might be a different set of device, then the user might need to take off the previous one and put a new one. So is that something that has been considered in the paper?
Yeah, great question. Actually, for the VR application I was showing in the beginning, where we had both this it's not showing up, I'm sorry. But yeah, for this VR application where we have both the grass scenario and the spider scenario, these two rows of tactors are actually laid out on the same haptic patch. Because you can really design your haptic patches in very different ways, right? You can have different rows for different triggers you will have in the game.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, let's thank the speaker. Yeah, this is the last talk of the session, and now we have a poster session and coffee break. So thank you for coming. It's a lot of interesting papers.
To support expressive methods of programming across a lot of different applications. I really love the title of this, Focusing Code Around the Space of Craftsmanship, because I also have a passion for craft, so delighted to look at some of the high crafting outcomes that can come out of the systems in this session. We're changing the order slightly because of some technical difficulties, because of Halloween and cursed projection connections. So we're gonna first up have a paper from the University of Washington, Live, Rich, and Composable Programming with nGraft. And this paper will be presented by Josh Horowitz, who's the first author.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josh, and I'm presenting work with Jeff Hare on nGraft, an API for live, rich, and composable programming. nGraft makes live and rich programming interfaces powerful and practical through composition. Here in the UIST community, there's been longstanding interest in live and rich programming interfaces. These take tasks that ordinarily require textual programming and instead give users ways to accomplish these tasks with domain-specific graphics, direct manipulation, and live feedback. They could unlock new possibilities creatively and productively for everyone. But we believe their power and their practicality is fundamentally limited by their present lack of composability. Suppose an activist wants to understand how a campaign is proceeding. This requires a series of tasks, from acquiring data to building charts. And our live and rich systems are actually very well suited for particular tasks in this series. But it's not possible to use these tools together in an integrated live workflow. And that's ultimately because these tools are built as applications. You can drag and drop files or copy and paste snippets between them, but in doing so, you lose liveness between tools and the ability to build larger, durable programs through composition. The goal of nGraft is to make live and rich tools composable. nGraft does this by defining an API that graphical tools implement to be embedded together as components in a host environment. I'll give a quick demonstration of what working with these components feels like before going into more details on the API. And before I finish, I'll show you how nGraft's architecture makes two other critical forms of composition possible. First, a demonstration of composing live and rich tools inside of environments with nGraft. An artist wants to make a website that shows a visitor 3 random Wikipedia articles. They can do this with GraphGarden, a simple web application we made that hosts nGraft components. In the slot on a fresh GraphGarden page, the artist begins to type / and then notebook. They select the notebook from the autocomplete menu, and a notebook component is inserted into the slot. This is a reactive notebook, like Observable. The artist starts by querying the Wikipedia API. They do this by inserting a request tool into the first cell of the notebook. Once they paste in a URL and some basic parameters from the Wikipedia documentation, they immediately see the results of their request on the right. The information that they need is now buried in a complex JSON structure. To get it out, they insert an extractor component into the next cell. This is a programming by demonstration tool that lets the artist click on patterns of data to extract them into a simpler structure. Now the artist has exactly the data they want to show, but as a data structure rather than as formatted HTML. To format it, they use a formatter component. And finally, they add a bit of HTML for a heading. The final output is looking good, so they tested in GraphGarden's view mode, which runs their notebook invisibly, only displaying the final output. This is a link they can send to anyone. Their project is now online. So let's take a moment to look at how nGraft makes all of this possible. The 3 live and rich interfaces that the artist used are implemented as nGraft components. That means that they can be embedded within any host that speaks the nGraft API. In this case, that was the notebook, but but it could be anything else running on the web platform. Let's look more closely at how the API a host uses to talk with its component. This API is essentially functional. A component, like extractor here, receives a program specification and values for external variables from its host. In return, it provides an output value, as well as an editor view that the host can render. And it's important to note that the editor view that's returned doesn't need to be rendered onto the screen. For instance, when GraphGarden is in its view mode, it runs all these components headlessly, making use only of the final output value. Now, there's actually something missing from this diagram, which I hinted at for just a moment in the earlier demo. And that's the way that we added the notebook at the start. We embedded it as a component, just like we later added request, extractor, and formatter. That's because the notebook environment is itself implemented as an engraphed component, which can be freely embedded anywhere. So the notebook component on the bottom gets its own little Lego indentation. And GraphGarden actually talks to the notebook through this same component host interface, the same one that the notebook uses to talk to request and its friends. And that sounds useful enough, but the real power of making notebooks into components only becomes clear when we move to the second form of composition made possible by Engraphed. And that's composing environments within other environments. To see why you'd want to do that, we'll go to a second demo. So this is an image quilt generator built on the Art Institute of Chicago's API. And here's one way to build it in GraphGarden, a way that could use some improvement. After an array of objects representing images comes back from the API, each object must be turned into HTML, combining the image with artist and title annotations. This is conventionally done with map, as we show here. But notice how liveness and richness are not available inside of this complex per item function. Although we're inside of a notebook, the benefits of the notebook stop when we encounter a nested scope. Here's a better way. A map component lets the programmer embed a per item engraphed component, which acts on each item of the array separately. Here, the per item component is a second notebook, which provides visibility to each step of the process. Nesting notebooks brings liveness and richness everywhere they're needed. This workflow is possible because Engrapht's component-based API allows unlimited recursive embedding of tools and environments. This is not possible in systems like Jupyter or Observable, which treat notebooks as monolithic applications rather than as components. The last missing piece is to bring all of these tools and environments to where programming is happening in the real world. And that means bringing Engrapht outside of the walled garden of GraphGarden and into more familiar settings. As one example, take a programmer building a thesaurus application in a traditional React codebase. We've built a React hook called Use Engrapht, which makes it possible for them to incorporate live and rich tools into their development process. On the left, they insert Use Engrapht with edit set to true into their code. This loads a side pane alongside their app. Live data from the running application is fed into the side pane, where it can be transformed with Engrapht components and returned back to the JavaScript code. Once the programmer gets the behavior they want, they set edit to false, and the side pane is hidden. Now their use of Engrapht is an implementation detail, invisible to users of Synonymizer. We've begun to explore other embeddings of Engrapht into other places where liveness and richness are lacking. So far, the Engrapht API has been flexible enough to accommodate a striking array of embeddings. For instance, with a command line tool, you can pipe data in and out of Engrapht tools from your terminal. With embeddings like these, developers can incorporate live and rich tools into their work gradually without abandoning existing practices. In summary, by adopting a uniform component host interfaces where both tools and environments are represented as components, Engrapht enables 3 different modes of composition, which together extends the reach of live and rich tools into many parts of the computational world. The examples in this talk were focused on web application development, but we're excited to explore other domains. Could the domain that you work in benefit from more liveness and richness? Perhaps Engrapht could help. Please get in touch to chat. Thank you.
So we have time for some questions, so please come up to the mic.
Hey, Jeff Nicholas from Apple. What happens if there's a bug?
If there's a bug?
Yeah, like, I mean, every example you showed worked perfectly, so I'm just curious, like, what, and since everything ties into itself, it seems like if there is some mistake that or maybe the data doesn't quite match up or something, right? you would kind of get in a bad state?
It's a good question. I mean, I think one of the main advantages I see in liveness in programming systems that show values that are flowing through them is specifically to be able to detect bugs early and respond to them and fix them when they occur. So, I mean, I think the premise of liveness is that it would make bug fixing easier.
Okay, but how does a bug manifest to the user though? Like, how do they tell that there's a bug?
I mean, if it's a runtime error, then they see an error notification. If they see data that doesn't make sense, they look through their notebook and they see where things broke down.
Okay.
So it sort of extends, I think I would say it extends the computational notebook kind of model of how to deal with things like that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, yeah, thanks so much for the talk. That was really great. This is Justin from UC Berkeley. One thing I was curious about, you have this really nice functional interface between the different modules, but it also looks like some of the modules might have some sort of local state involved. For example, the programming by demonstration, the actual things that you clicked seemed important for creating the actual JSON extractor. So I was wondering how you sort of like manage the interaction between the mutable state and the sort of like functional pipeline.
Also a great question. More details certainly in the paper, but the short answer is that one of these components has a backing program specification that as you interact with the program, the specification is edited, and that's then persisted through the different levels, ultimately into either a web application like GraphGarden or even into a Git repository in your code base where it can be checked in.
Awesome, thanks.
Well, we have time for one or two more questions, if there's time. So I have a question, Chair's prerogative. You mentioned ngraph could be useful for creative coding. That's like my favorite domain. Can you talk about what advantages you see in that space?
Yeah, I mean, I think a basic hypothesis that I have, and I think others as well, is that like live interfaces can be beneficial for creative coding because it's easier to approach as somebody who is not used to reasoning in like an extremely abstract symbolic way. And similarly, some of these rich tools, if they allow you to interact directly with the kind of domain objects you care about, that could similarly be better than interacting with static code.
We have time for one more quick question.
Cool. Yep. Hi, Parker from UC Berkeley. Absolutely love this talk. So much cool stuff in here. I was really interested in this kind of idea of like recursive notebook within notebook within notebook structure that's enabled. And I'm just curious if you have any evidence or observations of users using ngraph who choose to embed kind of beyond one level. Like it seems like a big motivation, but I'm curious if people using the system do this in practice.
So far, most practice is just us playing with it. I think there's a lot that we need to do to actually get this in front of people in different domains and get that kind of feedback from the wild. I think that 2 levels gets you pretty far. More than that, I'm not so sure, but we'll see.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, thank you again, Josh. This is not the most flexible microphone setup, but next up we have a paper on a hypothesis-based debugger to find and test debugging hypotheses. This is from authors from George Mason University, and it will be presented by Abdul Habib. Should have checked with you, but
All right.
thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abdulaziz Alaboudi, and I will be presenting Hypothesizer, a hypothesis-based debugger to find and test debugging hypotheses. I would like first to ask a question. Have you ever struggled in debugging? Of course, yes. And I will walk you through an example of me struggling in debugging to illustrate the common challenges we face in debugging day by day. So this is me building a movie search app in React. And I start testing that app, and I typed Spider-Man to search for Spider-Man movies, but nothing appeared. Well, that's weird. I thought that I did everything right. I followed that documentation. Why clicking the search button does not show anything then? I'm slightly confused, but I can jump to the debugger and see. So I stepped through the entire program, hoping to see any clue, but without any luck. Of course, I'm gonna go now and search in Google. So I start telling me search is not working because I'm working in a search app, but that's too specific. What about React is not working? or that too general. The reason I'm not able to formulate a query because I don't understand the bug. I'm feeling stuck, I don't know what to do, I'm desperate. And the experience I'm having right now is I'm lacking a hypothesis, which is a well-informed assumption regarding the potential cause of the bug. And the best tool to date for finding a hypothesis is just asking an experienced developer, hey, can you help? And that experienced developer, because he or she have seen similar bugs and have deeper knowledge of React or any other technology, kind of come up with a hypothesis pretty fast. Such as, hey, maybe you're not parsing the data correctly. And if I have this hypothesis, I no longer lost or stuck, because I can go and see and check the parsing data code. I can go read documentation about parsing the data. But in reality, that experienced developer is always busy. Sorry, I cannot help now. So that brings us to the question that this research investigates. Can a debugger, which is a tool that's immediately available, always available to developers, directly assist developers in finding and testing hypotheses? So we come up with this term, hypothesis-based debugger, and we have three design goals for it. Hypothesis-based debugger should help developers find relevant hypotheses, help them gather evidence to test these hypotheses, and ultimately, hopefully fixing the defect. We have these three general design goals, and we implemented or embedded it inside Hypothesizer, which is a version of hypothesis-based debugger. Hypothesizer have three systematic debugging steps. The first one is demonstrate. Developers first have to go record and reproduce the defect for Hypothesizer. Hypothesizer will record the entire program execution, pretty much everything, every interaction with the program, every mutation in the interface, every network that happened, every single line that executed. With that kind of information, Hypothesizer now is equipped to start reasoning about the program and try suggesting hypotheses. So it's now the second step, which is find hypotheses. Well, Hypothesizer, the first step to find the relevant hypotheses, gonna retrieve a data set of hypotheses. And you may ask, wait a minute, where did that come from? If you recall the examples we have, when I ask and experienced developers about it, well, experienced developers potentially have this hypothesis in their mind. It's locked, it's waiting for you to ask a question. What if we ask these developers to externalize it and put it in a data set? So it's always available for that developers to access it through Hypothesizer instead of this regular asking question waiting for response. So this is what exactly we did. We worked with experienced developers. We built an initial, for our prototype, a database of hypotheses, and we embedded inside Hypothesizer. So each hypothesis has a hypothesis which just states the potential cause of the bug and a set of conditions. And these conditions represent what exactly experienced developers are going to look at the program states or line of code and validate their hypotheses. And Hypothesizer will automatically going to do that by running it against the program, the recorded program states. If a condition is satisfied, then this is represent an evidence that confirms the hypothesis. And if the condition is not satisfied, then this is an evidence against the hypothesis. And based on this information, Hypothesizer is going to rank the hypotheses by its confirming or and non-confirming evidence, and then present most likely hypotheses to developers. Which brings us to the last step, which is testing. So after everything now, developers and Hypothesizer are going to interactively work together. So developers are going to go and see what Hypothesizer suggests, and based on that, going to click on each hypothesis, and then read the hypothesis. And the Hypothesizer are going to show a timeline of evidence, saying exactly how they arrived to that hypothesis to the developer. Hey, that happened in your program, then that happened, and that happened. This is why I think this hypothesis is relevant. And developers are going to click and check, and this is connected to the source code, so they can jump back and forth and start editing and potentially fixing the bug. So to validate the usefulness of Hypothesizer, we did a control experiment. We recruited 16 professional developers and asked them to do 2 debugging tasks. So obviously we split them and we asked one group to use Hypothesizer, the other group use whatever you want except Hypothesizer. And after that we interviewed them and then we switched and then we did interview. And what we found that because we asked developers in Hypothesizer group to use only Hypothesizer, they obviously use Hypothesizer. But for other group, they used a wide range of tools, including logs, breakpoints, DOM inspector, network inspector, reactive tools, Stack Overflow, online resources, documentation, lots and lots of tools. But the surprise is, all developers who use Hypothesizer only were able to fix the bug on average in 8 minutes, while the other developers, only 19% of them, were able to fix the bug. Hypothesizer made developers more focused and simplify the debugging process. They only needed to browse and investigate only an average one file of code, while developers without Hypothesizer had to go back and forth, jumping between on average 4 file of codes. With Hypothesizer, developers only needed to rerun the program during debugging on average 3 times, versus without Hypothesizer, on average, they had to run it 11 times. So in a nutshell, Hypothesizer assisted developers in more efficient and successful debugging. So when we ask participants, some of them describe Hypothesizer as if they were an experienced developer next to them working. And this is totally different experience from asking Stack Overflow questions. But because in Stack Overflow question, you have to describe the question in details and wait for it to answer. While in Hypothesizer, they only need to reproduce the bug. And Hypothesizer is going to take care of that. So what's the future for Hypothesizer? Of course, we are focusing on scalability of Hypothesizer. We want to, instead of having just an initial small data set of hypotheses, we want to scale it to 100,000 item or hypothesis in the data set. So we are actually using a large language model with some interactive techniques to harvest and make a bigger data set of hypotheses. We're doing this in public. The project is in GitHub now. You can go and see our progress. You can discuss it with us. And I'm happy to take any questions.
So we have time for a couple questions. Maybe while we wait, I will ask a question. So I'm excited about the growth of the database using generative techniques. Also a reality that a lot of these technologies are pretty new, exhibit a lot of variability in terms of accuracy. How are you thinking about that with regards to generating effective hypotheses?
Yeah, so one thing we're kind of experimenting with and like facing some challenges is just to getting the right prompt. Because essentially we want the large language model to produce not just hypotheses, but only the conditions. And if you look at the paper, we have some sort of structural format for this condition so that hypothesizer understand it. So that kind of, one of the challenges that we faced, how we kind of teach that the large language model to pull a data set of Stack Overflow, for example, or a discussion between developers and pull hypotheses and condition from that. That's one challenges we have faced. Yeah.
Hi, great talk. I was curious, how general are hypotheses? Do they tend to be very specific to that code base in that particular situation? Or is it the case that there's these much more general hypotheses that apply in many situations?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think you could have a general hypothesis about fetching data and not parsing it that can apply across multiple code bases. And you could have hypotheses that only apply for your teams, and hypothesizer gonna understand it. So the generality of hypothesis is just based on your need. You can make it general that apply across technology or specific.
So we have time for one more question, but maybe Kevin, you can come up and start setting up.
Great. Santa Clara University, Sharon Xiao. Thank you for the interesting talk. So I'm curious that how actually tag along the previous questions. Like for those wide ranges of hypotheses that could be generated, then do you see the patterns that how users, do they just like sequentially look at everything that's proposed? Or, because from learning's perspective, that you want students or like learners to be able to meandering around to ask the questions of their own, and how do you, what's your take on that?
Yeah, so something we observed while doing this experiment that, obviously the experience between developers differ. So some developers actually walk through the entire information. So they click through everything, and they needed to understand how hypothesizer arrived to this hypothesis. And there are these experienced developers who they just needed a hint. So once they saw certain evidence, they skipped the rest and they knew what to do. So in our design of hypothesizer, we try to strike this balance between, if an experienced developer uses another tool, they can skim and jump right and arrive to the correct hypothesis, understand and fix the bug. And also when a novice uses it, there's enough information and walk through, they understand it. But for me, I think it's a good even educational tool for students to use to understand it. And we could ask the student to start guessing themselves first before jumping to the tool, and they use it just if they spend maybe 10 minutes and feeling stuck. That's my, great, thank you.
All right, so next up, we have a talk on creating web automation programs with diverse logic. This is from authors from the University of Toronto, the University of Michigan, and Virginia Tech, and lead author Kevin Pu will give the presentation. Oh. Stand by.
Here's did you work? I did, yeah. I should, it's cursed.
Anyone have a hypothesis on what's going on?
I blame the ghost of Steve Jobs. Main display, extended display.
And it is seeing it, okay. I mean, I think it's transmitting, but it's just not. Maybe I can try with the adapters. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Take it away, Kevin.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulty. My name is Kevin Pu. I am a PhD student at the University of Toronto, and I'm here on behalf of my co-authors to present Dialogics. But before we actually get into the paper, I would like to ask, does anyone want to order some food? It's been a while since lunch, and honestly, I could really use some snacks. I didn't go to the coffee break, but I'm sure everybody's thinking about what to get for dinner right now, right? So how about let's make a group order right now for everyone in the room. Hands, anyone wants food? Yes, yes? Okay. I think that was a little too many hands. I don't think my advisor would sponsor this, this kind of behavior, but hypothetically, let's assume that we're collecting this food order for everyone here, right? So I get this spreadsheet going. I would like to order an omelet for myself, but I'm also lactose intolerant, and I would like to order a side of soup, so I'm going to add that as well. And perhaps somebody orders a chicken parmesan, looking really good, or a vegan burger. Sorry for tempting you guys with all these food pictures, but let's say everyone in this room now has gathered all of their orders on the spreadsheet. now I'll actually need to put the orders in online. But it will be very tedious and inefficient for me to manually crunch all of these orders, going through all the restaurant menus to make the order. Web automation can certainly help, but can it actually complete this task easily? The problem is creating generalizable and scalable automation is actually quite hard. Imagine we want to create a web automation program that, based on the various input, the program needs to complete different types of orders. The various description then has to match a wide range of UI elements and their corresponding action sequences. For example, clicking on a no cheese option for lactose intolerance, or opening a drop-down menu and selecting soup option for side. You can imagine there are so many more. As every request is different, the program needs to adopt different program logic and execute different options for the current page content and input requirement. This is hard for existing web automation programs because of the wide variety of web content, UI structure, as well as the user intent expression. A more flexible automation tool that adopts different program logic to execute each request is therefore needed. To enable this, we introduced Dialogics, a neurosymbolic automation tool that executes diverse program logics. So the first step of this workflow, the system will segment the input data into smaller steps and categories based on their semantics. Then, the system elicits user demonstration to complete each step, like selecting no cheese for lactose intolerance. These demonstrations will go through a program synthesizer to become an automation script. Meanwhile, the system builds a catalog of step to UI action mappings. Dialogics will use the semantic similarity between these mappings evaluated by language models to generalize the program logic and automate new steps, such as remove dairy product or order daily soup, etc. Users can also refine the automation program by adding new categories with UI demo. For example, how to add a barbecue sauce. Let me show you what this means in a demo. So let's say I finally collected everyone's order here, and I'm ready to order. Online, I can upload this file to Dialogics, which is a Chrome extension. The input data is then parsed and segmented into separate steps based on the semantics, as you can see in the table. I can also edit the data if there are any errors. When I feel ready, I can start the task and move my attention to the actual web page, where a carousel widget displays the current steps of the current order. I can input the restaurant name and go to the restaurant page, then move the next slide to select the dish. Dialogics dynamically matches the most relevant option on the web page. I would say this is fairly close, so I click into it. Following the carousel, I can map each step category to their corresponding UI actions, such as clicking on a checkbox or opening a drop-down menu and selecting a radio button. Note that by semantically searching for the input data, Dialogics will execute a UI action based on the relevant results for each step, regardless of the website's structure and layout. This enables program prediction based on the content semantics. But when Dialogics highlights the wrong element, for example, the sauce menu heading here, I can cancel the highlight and manually show the system where the relevant option is, the soy sauce option. Dialogics updates and highlights correctly. After 2 rows of demonstrations, Dialogics will enter a semi-automation mode and predicts the next step. This helps users to build trust to the AI system before transitioning to full automation. I can click confirm to allow execution of each current step. However, the system doesn't understand this lactose intolerant option and could not find the relevant content on the page. In this case, I can edit the data cell when the description is a little too high level or ambiguous. By changing it to no dairy products, Dialogics finds a match on the web page. And for steps that are similar to previous categories, the system can already generalize the UI actions to new unseen steps. After confirming the predictions in the 3rd row, Dialogics will enter now full automation and only stops occasionally when it needs to learn for steps that fall into new categories. The user can then add demonstrations to broaden the system's understanding. For example, how to order a Coca-Cola. The completed program executes some consistent actions for every row, such as searching for the restaurant or clicking the Add to Order button. but it also goes beyond the symbolic inferences and dynamically executes different UI actions based on the semantic understanding of the task input as well as the web content. When users spot a system error, though, such as a wrong highlight or click, for example, if they actually want to order a tea here, they can pause the program to repair errors manually. They can also edit the steps as shown or redemonstrate. Dialogics can create automation for many task domains, such as doing online shopping, searching for medication options, or booking tickets for a bunch of people. To evaluate our system, we ran a user study with 10 participants using the 4 tasks that were briefly shown in the demo. All participants had programming experience, but were very new to web automation. Overall, we found that the participants find Dialogics very intuitive and especially effective at automating different tasks on different website structures. An additional interesting finding was that while participants trusted the semantic matching capability, they also reported that the stake of the task and the familiarity with the input data would really affect their trust to the system. For example, in the task to find medication options, it would be really crucial for the system to select the right prescription options and not make a mistake. This raises an interesting question of how can we design this human-AI collaboration paradigm to let users trust machine automation at the appropriate level, not too much, not too little. So that's something that I've been thinking about and working on. Okay, so if you have been looking at what to eat for dinner, I saw some people on their phone, but if you just need to know one key takeaway from this presentation, here it is. By recognizing the underlying semantic similarity across different user intents, Dialogics maps the current task context and instructions to user input in the form of UI demonstrations. With this mapping, we can dynamically scale web automation and adopt different program logics for a wide range of web content and input data. For more details, please feel free to read our paper, and a shameless plug for myself, I'm looking for a research internship for next summer, so if you're interested to chat, I'm happy to do so after the session. But thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, we have time for a few questions. Jasper?
Hi, Jasper Tran O'Leary, University of Washington. Super cool. I'm excited to try this myself, potentially for dinner tonight. My question is about one particular moment in your demonstration, which is when the user program said lactose intolerant, and rather than train the model to somehow map lactose intolerant to no dairy, the user changed their actual program to say no dairy. So is that just part of the demonstration? Is that something that a program user should do in general, where they're like rewriting parts of their program rather than training, map lactose intolerant to dairy? Or I'm just curious, more elaboration, what happened?
That's a great question. So our project was developed before, I guess, the rise of LLMs. So we're actually just using off-the-shelf word embedding to compare semantic similarities. So it's a little less robust and adjustable. But I think even with LLMs, there will be cases where you're trying to get it to match something, but it doesn't do so exactly as in the way that you would expect. So another way that we can do this is then to demonstrate the user's input and the user's capability to also be a part of this process. We actually have seen LLM-based web automation tools where the user can just enter one line of prompt and the system just does a bunch of things. But those are very not customizable, and if the system makes a mistake, you might have to go back to change your prompt and yada yada. So I think our approach is to have the system to work with the user and have this continuous process of refinement, which makes it a little more controllable and also generalizable at the same time than a purely symbolic system, for example. Yeah, thank you.
So we have time for one more question. So, unless someone, okay, I had a question, but I defer to the audience.
Hi. So in your examples, it seems that you're limited to like one set of actions per constraint. Is this true? Or like, for example, in the no dairy example, like, could you make sure that no dairy holds for that entire suborder? Or how does that work?
Yeah, so currently, sorry.
They literally tape the microphones together, so.
Yeah, so currently the mapping between a step and a set of UI sequences is one-to-one, with the exception that it adapts to the current page content. But like you said, there might be more than one instance of lactose intolerant things that we should avoid, or there might be many options that the system should select. Currently, it does not have the capability to refresh, or I guess consider all of the options. Right now, we're matching to the most similar option, but we can imagine that implementing a refreshing or sort of keeping track of the website state to constantly evaluate whether the specification has been met could also help with the robustness that you just mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Let's thank Kevin again. Very constrained microphone setup. So up next, we have more research on web automation, work on mixed initiative web automation for better user control and confidence. And this is work by authors at Purdue and the University of Michigan, and lead author Wei Hao Chen will be presenting the work.
This was the one, right?
Oh, is this the bad one or the good one? We have 2 adapters. And three adapters. Some spooky action happening with them.
There we go.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Wei Hao Chen. I'm a third-year PhD student in the Department of Computer Science at Purdue University. Today I'm going to talk about our project, MIWA, Mixed Initiated Web Automation for Better User Control and Confidence. This work is done by a group of amazing people from Purdue and Michigan. Okay, so let's get started. Nowadays, web automation is widely used. It's frequently used by data scientists, domain experts, and programmers to complete some tedious tasks, such as web scraping, form filling, and UI testing. However, according to a recent study by Krosny and Oni, they found it's challenging to write web automation scripts, even for experienced programmers. Why? Because they need to know, web programming languages such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And sometimes they need to reverse engineer the target website to know the internal website structures. And then sometimes they need to be familiar with some existing scraping libraries such as Selenium, Scrappy, and Beautiful Soup. So, programming by demonstrations, or PBD, becomes a promising solution to these challenges. In PBD, users simply demonstrate on a target website. Then, a program synthesizer will automatically generate the script based on the user's demonstration. However, current PBD systems still face several challenges. For instance, users might make mistakes during demonstrations, or the system may generate scripts that are hard to understand. Additionally, users may struggle with debugging. In the end, they usually have no choice but to start over the whole process again and again. To summarize, the main HCI challenges in PBD web automations are understanding, control, and validation. Based on the literatures, we identified 4 design goals to address the HCI challenges in web automation. First, we want to help users understand the generated scripts. This ensures that users have a clear understanding of the web automation process without reading difficult to understand program syntax. Second, we want to provide live feedback for the users to help them observe the immediate effect of each step in the script. Third, we want to help users detect potential errors, since users are prone to make mistakes during demonstrations. Finally, we want to make it easier to fix the errors instead of requiring users to restart from beginning again and again. Based on the design goals, we developed Miwa. Miwa allows users to have a better understanding of the script, as well as better control of it. Let me show you how Miwa works in this example. Suppose we want to scrap the company names and their stock prices from Yahoo Finance. I need to first demonstrate on a target website. In this case, I want to scrap the company names and their stock price. After a few demonstrations, Miwa will generate a step-by-step natural language explanation for the script. For example, it says, step 1, find a list of elements, match elements. For each element, A, get the text of names, B, get the text of last price, so that users can easily read this script's behavior, natural language explanation to understand the script's behavior without reading difficult program syntax. The natural language explanations also provides a visual correspondence to the target websites. As you can see from the natural language explanation, there are embedded links. For example, users can use their mouse to hover over these links, and the corresponding elements on the target website will be highlighted immediately. As users are prone to make mistakes during demonstrations, Miwa also supports anomaly detection. For instance, if users scrap items with the wrong format, Miwa will display alerts to notify users. This will help users identify errors earlier during demonstration. In addition, what if users want to edit their demonstrations to regenerate the script? Miwa allows users to modify their demonstration directly. Users can easily delete, edit, and add new demonstrations. Miwa will regenerate the script based on the refined demonstration trace. Finally, in order to validate the script step by step, Miwa supports step-through debugging feature. Users can step through to see the immediate effects of each step, with the cursor indicating which line is being executed in the script. To evaluate Miwa, we conducted a within subjects user study with 24 graduate students from Purdue University. About half of them have experience in web automation. We chose Rosalind as our baseline because it's a state-of-the-art PBD system for web automation, and it also allows users to modify scripts using a block-based visual programming tool called Scratch. We found that when using Miwa, participants finish the task with only half of the time and fewer attempts. Here, attempts means the number of iterations needed to complete the task. Participants also feel more confident about the synthesized script. When using Miwa, they mentioned that they can validate the results by looking at the natural language explanation. And they are able to understand what parts of the web page were being scrapped due to the highlighting feature. And we found that participants feel less mental demand and stress when using Miwa. To further understand the generalizability of Miwa, we chose 29 common web automation tasks from iMicroforum. Our result shows that Miwa can solve about 76% of the task. To summarize, we found that only generating code for users is not enough. PB systems should consider the HCI challenges, understanding, control, and validation. In this work, we show that Miwa's features can actually help users build more trust and control in the PB system for web automation. That's all I have today. Feel free to scan this QR code to get a copy of our paper, and there are many details I didn't get a chance to talk about today. And Miwa has been open source. Thank you for listening. I'm happy to take questions.
So please come up. We have time for some questions.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Lin from Google. Very interesting work, thank you. I was just curious, you briefly mentioned a study that you did like with iMacros, and you said that about 76% of the tasks were completed using Miwa. So I was just curious, like for the rest of the tasks, was it because was it something about Miwa itself that wasn't expressive enough, or was it about the users that couldn't figure out how to use Miwa? Do you have any sense of that?
So are you asking why only 70 success rate?
Not to, I mean, 76% is good, but I was just curious, like, what was the remaining 24%, like, why they weren't completed?
Yeah, there are several reasons. Sometimes the text is too complex. For example, because the program synthesizer can generate a DSL and that has loops, right? So sometimes if the text contains, 2 loops or multiple loops, then it will take a lot of time to, synthesize the scripts. And also, some text is too difficult for users to demonstrate once perfectly at the first time,
Right.
So they need to practice sometimes. Yeah. Does it make sense?
Yeah,
to you?
that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. Andrew Head from Penn.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I know you.
I've got a question which you've very graciously already put on your slide, which is, can you share a little bit about how the natural language generations?
Oh, natural language? Oh, that's a great question. So, yeah, so we actually have a translation rules for each DSO statement. So, for example, the DSO will generate, for example, like click X. So what does it mean by click X? So basically, when users demonstrates like click some buttons, then the program synthesis algorithm will generate statements click X, and X here means the X pass. So basically, if we want to translate this into a natural language, first we translate like a click plus text X. So we actually have a bunch of helper functions because sometimes you need, the actual values. You need to parse the actual values dynamically, immediately. So we put some helper functions here to scrap the true value on the target website immediately. And sometimes these values are from the user's input or from the values on the websites. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, this is Justin from UC Berkeley. Really awesome talk, thank you. One thing that I was curious about is if you had any sense of like maybe beyond the sort of web automation domain in general for like the kinds of tools that are producing programs for people to be looking at, what sorts of additional augmentations might be helpful for increasing understandability or trust or some of the HCI concerns that you were talking about, beyond this domain?
So the others domain like PBD for other domain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because in web automation for web automations for web scraping, this kind of text is much easier to do because each element has an XPath, right? So it means that, for example, if you are scraping product information on Amazon.com, and then you'll find that each child element will have same parent path there. So it's suitable to apply PVD in web automation. For other field, I'm not sure. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right, let's give it up for Weihao one more time. All right, next up we have Riffle, Reactive Relational State, Local First Applications. This is work by authors at MIT and Anthropic, and it's being presented by Geoffrey Litt.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'd like to tell you today about a project called Riffle, which is a new state management framework that aims to make it simpler for developers to build sophisticated applications by borrowing ideas from databases. So the problem we're solving here is that building applications, particularly web applications, has become tremendously complicated. Perhaps some of you have built web applications. And one of the problems is that you have many, many data layers. You might have a front-end client written in JavaScript talking to a back-end over a REST API. In your back-end, you might have in-memory representations, a persistent database. We're not done yet. In the front end, you have further data manipulation happening in JavaScript. And what we see here is that you have all these redundant representations of data, different languages for manipulating data, in these just lots of layers. And anecdotally, many web developers report that dealing with this complexity takes up a lot of their time developing apps. So in this work, we're inspired by a much simpler diagram. This is an architecture called Local First, proposed by Martin Kleppmann and colleagues in 2019. And the core idea is very simple. Just put the data on the client device so you can write your user interface against that local data. And then, because we still care about collaboration, in the background, let the system somehow take care of syncing that data across devices, but the developer shouldn't have to think about that. So there's been a lot of great databases and distributed systems work enabling that kind of data architecture. But for this community focused on UI, we wanted to ask the question, if we have this data architecture, how can that enable us to have a simpler experience developing user interfaces? So we've developed a framework to explore that question. So here's what we do in a nutshell. We put a relational database on the client device, and we express our application as a series of SQL queries, which are just declarative queries running on that local database. Of course, everything should be reactive, so when the data updates, the queries should automatically update. And in the background, the system will take care of data sync across devices, but again, the developer isn't primarily concerned with that. Okay, let's see a demo of what this looks like. So here's the reference application to do MVC, and I have a debugger view open here. Oh, this is going way faster than it normally does. Okay, I'm just going to keep going. So we see a debugger view, the database syncs, right? But there's more going on here. So in addition to just these to-dos in the database, I actually have other state in the database, including the entire UI state of the program. So as I enter text into this form field, I can actually see that state appearing. When I set filters, that state appears. All this is showing in that debugger because it's in the database, right? All the state of the program is flowing through that database. This also leads to other interesting properties, like if I reload the page like I just did, everything's still there because it's persisted in that database. Let's look at what queries are running in this app. So I can open up a query view where I can see the queries that are running live. Here I can see the query that's loading the list of to-dos. As I add a to-do, the results show up. But one interesting thing is that that query, select star from to-dos, it's not static, it actually changes. So watch as I set the filters in this app, the query itself actually changes to have a filter condition. So what you're seeing is we sort of have this dynamic query that's chained. It's sort of like a spreadsheet where everything reactively updates and flows downstream. Okay, so that's a very quick demo of what it feels like to use Riffle with a debug view. What Riffle really is, this is sort of the system architecture. We are a layer that sits in between two layers. On the top here, we have an existing view framework like React.js, which I just used in that demo. That takes care of materializing the UI tree. And on the bottom, we have a persistent relational database. So we can use things like SQLite, which is a mature SQL database. In this test case, we used a database called SKDB, which is an experimental database that has some beneficial performance characteristics. And in between those two layers, we put Riffle. And what Riffle essentially does is it lets you model your application as this graph of what we call reactive relational queries. It's a graph of queries that can depend on one another and map from your data to your UI tree. Now in code, in a simple case, that can look something like this. I define a typical React component, and I just write a SQL query, something like select star from to-dos. And the basic logic is very simple. You know, when the data in that table updates, the system will automatically rerun that query, and you get a new view tree, right? But this can actually compose up to much more complex chains of logic. So I can have something like I just showed earlier, where a filter actually affects the results of another query, of what a query will execute. And you don't need to understand all the details here, but the general point is that it's like a spreadsheet where dependencies flow through between these queries, and we end up at the end with a view tree that depends on all those queries on the database. So far I've showed you just a toy small example, but our main evaluation for this framework was to test it on a much larger app. So we partnered with a commercial developer named Johannes Schickling, who ended up becoming one of our co-authors and contributed to the work. And we spent over 18 months developing a commercial quality large-scale app to see, did this framework actually make it simpler to develop the app, and did we get a better user experience as a result? So I want to just share with you a few of the interesting things we learned from that experience. So here's the app. It's a music app that's meant for power users. It's meant to be very fast and flexible. I can do typical music management things like click through my playlists, scroll through and sort tables. I can play music, all that sort of stuff. And the way the app is built is just like that to-do app that I showed you earlier. So it's backed by a bunch of relational tables, and we have SQL queries that make up all of that UI logic I just showed. You can do things like do relational joins across albums and artists and tracks. Okay, so what did we learn? Well, one finding was that when you do this local first pattern and you eagerly synchronize data, that enables really fast UI interactions because you're never waiting on data to load. So in this app, when I click between playlists, everything loads instantly. The data is already there. This is stark contrast to apps like Spotify, where often I'm waiting on spinners for my data to load. But another thing you get from the pattern is not just performance, you actually get a simpler model too. Because as a developer, you're not thinking about asynchronous states where data is loading. You're not thinking about cascades of waiting for things. All the data is always there. The moment the user interaction is processed, you can, on the next tick, render the next UI state. So that sort of just simplifies the states that developers need to reason about. Another nice side benefit you get from passing all state through this persistent database is that all user input is respected and preserved. So in this app, I might do some valuable work like finding a playlist, sorting it in a particular way, filtering it down somehow. And all this work is saved, right? So when I reload the page and come back later, it's all still there. And this is something that many apps fail to do, but when you build an app on Riffle, that's the default. Of course, you can still clear out UI state if you want, but things are saved by default. And Riffle has sort of some nice primitives that essentially just store a row of state per instance of UI components and takes care of that UI state persistence for you. Another neat property of this setup is that we've expressed our application as a graph of queries with dependencies between them, and that declarative structure can make it much easier to debug problems. So here I have a log of all the mutations that have happened in my application, and I can see what write occurred, how did that flow through my spreadsheet, essentially, and what queries updated in response. And we found that this helped with understanding sort of the history of interactions that had happened in our app. The last thing I'll show is that because we're using the standard of storing things in a SQL database, there's a mature ecosystem of tools that are meant for viewing and editing that state. So I can just download a state snapshot, open it up in a generic SQL viewer, and I have this amazing debugger UI for viewing and querying the state of my application, and all the information that's sort of powering my UIs in this view. I can even email that file to my collaborator, and if he loads it into his app, he can reproduce exactly the state that I'm seeing on my app in his UI. Okay, so to summarize what I've shown you today and some of the key points, when we eagerly load data to the client, we can both get faster UI for users and a simpler mental model for developers. This reactive relational query model means that many details are abstracted away from the developer and you get a more declarative model. Having all UI state persistent by default is really nice user experience. And finally, this debugging visibility of being able to see and download and share the entire state of your application in one bundle is very useful. That's all I have time for today. If you'd like to learn more, check out our paper. We talk about related work, limitations, all that good stuff there. Thank you.
Hi, Jeremy Warner from Apple. So really cool work. This is really exciting to see. I think one of the things you alluded to earlier was also kind of synchronization across clients or maybe like for collaboration. In the example with the music player, is that something you kind of envision where people may be able to share like the same playlist or control the same device? So I was just kind of curious if you could talk more about that.
Yeah, fantastic question. It's absolutely part of the vision to synchronize your library across devices, things like that. Currently, the product needs have mainly led it towards synchronizing with existing cloud services, like syncing a Spotify library. And so our primary sync is with existing cloud services. And that's actually led to a lot of interesting problems to solve, like how do you load all the data and stuff. So that's been our primary thing we've explored. But we do also want to explore syncing between instances of this client as well. Yeah.
So Camille Gobert from Paris-Saclay University. I was wondering, so you were saying that by default, everything was saved, including what you could consider kind of temporary UI state in the database. When you developed the big application during 18 months, did you experience a situation in which you wish it wasn't the case? Because sometimes you like there's a bug and it populates the database with wrong data, and then you struggle to make it like go back to correct state?
Yeah, there's a number of interesting challenges it causes. Probably the most prominent one is that when you're developing a user interface and rapidly changing the shape of the data that is in that UI, when it's saved, it gets annoying because you're rapidly changing the shape of the UI, but the data is saved and you need to keep deleting it and recreating it to fit the new schema. That's like the most obvious problem we found. Another problem is, when should UI state be shared between devices is another question. Like, if I have two devices, I might want to sync some of that state, but not all of it across devices. So that's another interesting question to think about.
Thank you.
We do have time while our next presenter sits up for one quick question.
One quick question. Michel Baudouin-Lafont, Université Paris-Saclay. I love local first. However, it assumes you have all the data locally. And so if I want all of the music in Spotify on my laptop, isn't it going to be a problem?
Yeah, great question. And in fact, we actually have features in this app that are like search for music from the global collection of all music in the world, and you don't want to download that in advance onto your computer. So in those cases, we sort of fall back to the normal way. You do a network request, you load data into your local database on demand, and if you're not online, you can't search. And you do, in fact, need to fall back to that in some situations. However, our belief is that there are many situations in current web apps that don't need to do that because the data is actually very small and could have been all eagerly loaded. But because we don't do that, we have asynchrony in lots of places we don't need. And so our approach is, get rid of 80% of asynchrony that's not needed. There's going to be cases where it is, and that's fine.
Thank you. All right, thanks, Jeffrey. So next up, we have Odyssey, an interactive workbench for expert-driven floating point expression rewriting. This is work by authors at the University of Washington and the University of Utah, and Edward Hisbach will be presenting the work, which has shown up. Hooray!
Great.
Take it away.
Hi, I'm Edward, and actually I want to start with a quick advertisement for, we have Caleb Chan is on our paper here. He's an undergrad who's going to be applying for PhD positions next year. Please keep your eye out, and if you have a chance to talk to him, please do. But I'm Edward, and I'm here to present Odyssey, this interactive workbench we built for expert-driven floating point expression rewriting. So we're going to be talking about floating point expression rewriting today. But first I want to zoom out a little bit and talk about one-shot heuristic tools. So these are tools that are performing some kind of design space search that is automated. They're using heuristics to navigate their way through that space, and they're culminating in like a single output. And these include a wide range of tools, including things like solvers, compilers, and even more recently, automated inference tools like LLMs. The user's view of these tools is kind of opaque. They look like black boxes a lot of the time. And this can sometimes leave users, and especially expert users, disappointed. They feel like they might be able to do better than these tools in some cases. And when these tools are using heuristics to move through the space, by definition, heuristics have the possibility of failure. And finally, since these tools culminate in a single output, there's a lot that's being left on the table, right? A lot of ideas that occurred in the search of that space that don't show up in that output. So this leaves users sometimes in positions where they can't have a hard time debugging these tools, or if the tools have made partial progress on their search that they would like to reuse, that's just not possible for users. So we can ask, how would we like things to work? And since we're at an interfaces conference, maybe it makes sense to put some humans in the loop or use a mixed initiative approach in this case. So my group thought about how to take a tool like this and turn it inside out. That is, we want to take the states that this tool is navigating over and expose those to the user. We said that these tools are black box tools, but we want to open that box up and expose the metrics the same way that that tool is measuring states. We want a user to be able to see states as numbers. We want the user to be able to see states in terms of visuals. We also want a user, if this tool is able to generate states, we want users to be able to generate states. And finally, users should have direct access to these states in ways that make sense to a human, allowing the user to modify these states and correct them if needed. All of this is going to take these subtools that usually already exist in these one-shot tools and break them out into something more like a workbench. So we studied this for a real domain. This was the domain of floating point expression rewriting. So to talk about floating point expression rewriting, I'll first introduce floating point error. So you might be familiar with floating point numbers, and you've probably seen or heard about floating point error. So if you look at an expression like this, you're probably thinking, well, this is something plus 1 minus itself, so it's probably going to be 1, right? It turns out that's not the case. And these kinds of surprises crop up all over the place because we rely for a lot of engineering and physics applications on these equations and expressions that were developed a long time ago before floating point numbers existed. And when these are deployed in real applications, this has actual consequences, and it can be quite bad. Again, what is floating point expression rewriting is now the question. So the truth is, we can actually take these expressions and rewrite them. That's what algebra lets us do. And maybe these expressions look equivalent, but in fact, because the order in which the operations have been evaluated here has changed, now we can correct these errors. And it's kind of strange that this actually just works, but it does, and it fixes our problem. And so there's a heuristic tool that takes advantage of this called Herbie. And what Herbie does is it takes in one of these expressions, it performs this heuristic search by rewriting all kinds of sub-expressions, searching across a space, and ultimately comes out with a better expression. And so we can see a case study of this for the inverse hyperbolic sine function that is implemented in the Rust standard library. So if you take the dictionary definition of this, or the Wikipedia definition of this function, the accuracy is quite low, with high error on the low and high parts of the input domain. If we then compare this to the output of Herbie, Herbie does a lot better. It corrects a lot of this error, but it takes a human expert to build the version that is actually used in the Rust standard library. And so we put together Odyssey as an attempt to give users and experts the ability to leverage the results of these automated tools while driving the search themselves and fixing issues if they need to. So this is the interface that we came up with. And I'll walk you through it. So on the left-hand side here, you can see the specification of the expression that we're trying to rewrite. And your first question here is going to be, where are the search states that we were trying to expose to the user? And the answer is they're in this table to the right here. Right now there's just one, and that's the input state that we're going to look at rewriting. And so we want to generate some more states and fill this table up now. And we'll use the Herbie button here to invoke that tool. And populate the table with a bunch of states. And the states, again, are expressions as we do the search. And so this table not only now includes the input and output states from the original tool, but also a whole bunch of intermediate states from the search and other ideas that the tool had as it was navigating through that space. We also have a tool here for allowing the user some initiative and adjusting states as needed, and that's the expression edit box here. So they can bring in expressions from other sources. They can copy states from the table and modify them as needed. And so with this, we can say that our search states have been effectively externalized for the user to work with. The next question is, does the user have the same evaluative and sort of visual power as the tool had? And so we do show in the table the average error metric that Herbie typically uses for making its decisions about states. So now the user can see that. The user can also see the error across the input domain for these expressions. And so it's also possible to compare these expressions on these types of metrics. Now, when we showed this to users, they still had some questions about where in the expression they should target their rewritings. And this actually offered us an opportunity to somewhat test this idea of an inside out. So in this case, what we found was that there actually already inside of the tool itself, there existed code for localizing error. And that is this local error metric that the tool is using to direct its rewritings. And so by exposing this code to the user, we allowed them to diagnose which sub-expressions were causing error. So this relates input points to expressions that cause that error. And by tying these two sort of visualizations together, it became possible to diagnose for different inputs what the offending sub-expression was. So here you can see the log of is the sub-expression here is causing problems on the low part of the domain, and the square root is causing problems on the high part. So zooming out a little bit, what we've done with this is we've taken this one-shot tool Herbie that originally looked like a black box to the user and opened that up and given the user access to all these tools that were already there. There was not really much or any writing of extra domain code that we did. The main goal was that we exposed to the user this interface for working with these previously existing tools. So with this, we're now interested in sort of where is this going to go, and whether this approach generalizes. So we have a vision, which we discussed with some of the experts in our evaluative study of this tool, about how it might be possible to include other tools in this kind of application. So the experts that we talked with were pretty excited about ways that they could bring their own tools that they use for analyzing these types of expressions and sort of slot them in to the interface that we already have. Or if they're performing other types of searches, like over implementations, if those could become the objects that are in the table. And we think that providing this kind of simple metaphor for a design search could help these domain experts orient themselves around a search like this. Further, there's the question of abstraction or movement to other domains. We said in the beginning of the presentation that there are a bunch of these one-shot heuristic tools out there, and we'd like to explore how this same strategy might apply or not apply across other domains, and if there might be some things that we can take away from those types of relationships. And I'm sure you all might have ideas for how that could occur. So this has been Odyssey. Thank you. And yeah, I'm happy to take questions.
All right, we have time for one question. So I have a question.
Yeah.
In your paper, you talked about the potential to further grow this tool with additional visualizations. You also showed some really exciting visualizations in your presentation. I was wondering if you could talk more about that, where you see visualizations benefiting.
Yeah, actually, so there was a really interesting one that we talked, one of our experts looks at graphics rendering and looks at, in particular, equations for ellipses, and would be very interested in how it's possible to render basically for an expression if we can see what does the error in the expression, how does that correspond to output error in the actual like ellipse that is drawn by that expression. So I think that's one important extension is bringing in sort of the output of tools. I think other experts also talked about like ways of visualizing error, the like actual values as they're computed as they go through the expression as maybe more of an educational tool.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Edward. I just want to say before, and we can have our final speaker come up, who's originally our last speaker, we are actually running over because the previous session ran over, but I've been assured by the conference organizers that the vision session is going to start late too, so please stick around for this amazing last, but certainly not least talk. So thank you. All right, so it's my pleasure to introduce the last talk of the session, Creating Malleable Code Projections by Camille Gobert. This is work from the University Paris-Saclay in France. Take it away.
Thank you. So, hello everyone, so I'm Camille Gobert, and this is joint work with Michel Baudon-Lafont on Lorgnette creating malleable code projections. So, let's start by saying that in the 1960s, all they were for interacting with computer languages was text. So at first it was printed, then it was displayed on screen, but it was only text. Then in the 70s and especially in the 80s, there were more capable monitors, and so we switched to a number of more visual environments and so-called visual programming languages, like those you can see there. But interestingly, 40 years later, in the 2020s, text is still the most popular choice for when it comes to a lot of programming or computer languages, both in terms of how it's encoded, so like we directly edit text, or the kind of editors we use, so like editors such as Visual Studio Code are mainly textual. The problem is that text is not always the best pick. So if I ask you, you're working with some kind of language, and I ask you to pick a certain purple color, would you rather tweak numbers manually in this textual representation, or point at the color in a color picker and just click on it? If you're working with a language like Markdown and you're working with a table, would you rather, if you want to move a column to the left, would you rather edit each line of the code? Ooh, this is not a line. But, or just drag the column and drop it at the desired location. So to sort of get the best of both worlds, we're working with this concept we call projection, which is taking a piece of text and bidirectionally map it to an alternative representation. So we project it onto some kind of user interface. So to better understand what was possible, what was the kind of design space for projection, we collected 62 of them from a participatory design workshop we ran with 9 programmers, and by collecting projections in system published in the literature. So I'm gonna just show you a few examples. So for instance, we had a participant who was working with this language called Lillipond for creating music scores, and she was interested in having this kind of interacting music staff to modify the code instead of just editing it as text. Another participants proposed to have a form user interface to interact with command line interfaces, so like programs such as FFmpeg, so configure the filters and so on. In the literature, there's a number of systems, for instance, for interacting with tables to modify code that deals with data frames in Python or Hazel, or kind of diagrammatic representation of data structures, so for instance, for red-black trees in Racket or Coq. And overall, the two key findings we found is that, first of all, the same representation can really be reused in different number of situations. So among the 62 projections we collected, over 60% of them were either a form, a grid, or a graph user interface. So graph being a kind of diagram. And the other finding is that projections are used in very diverse contexts. So they have been used in over 15 different programming languages, diverse APIs or libraries, and sometimes they only deal with the code, sometimes they also rely on runtime data, so you would like get data while the code is being executed and sort of augment the code with it. So there is good potential for malleability there because there's such a diverse design space that if you're the designer of a code editor like Visual Studio Code, you will hardly be able to design a projection for all the specific situation people will run into. But if you give the users the ability to tweak their own editors so that they can adapt it to make it work with their own library, their own language, and so on, then you give them the power to have projection for whatever situation they encounter. And the issue is that, of course, in editors such as Visual Studio Code I just mentioned, you have a color picker, but it will only work in a few specific situations like colors in CSS. But there are a number of limitations. So what if I want to make it work with strings that represent colors in Python? Well, you can't. What if you want to use a different kind of color picker because you have your preference, or maybe you want to try a new interaction technique? Well, you can't. And what if you want to create your own projection for something that wasn't supported in the first place? So like, for instance, working with regular expression as diagrams? Well, you can't. So to try to solve this problem, we developed a system or a framework we call Lorgnet, which is designed to instrument code editors such as Visual Studio Code so that you can modify or create your own projections. So I'm going to walk you through an example for creating a projection for a color picker that works with any hexadecimal color string. So Lorgnet would sit in between an environment that gives you access to resources such as files, network, but also the state of running programs, and a view that can display the user interface and capture the events.
So the first step would be to specify the pattern you're interested in. So in this case, we want to focus on hexadecimal color code. So that would be like, what's the name of the symbol? A sharp symbol followed by 0 to 9 or A to F repeated 6 times. That would give you a fragment of code. Then you would apply something we call a forward mapping, which is an arbitrary function that takes that piece of code and turns it into a data structure that will be used by the user interface. Then you need to specify the user interface you're interested in, so you don't have to define the user interface yourself. The code editor could give you a color picker from scratch, for instance. Then you also need to specify when and where you should render that projection. So we call this a renderer. So in this case, you might be interested in saying, well, I want the projection to be displayed next to the piece of code only when the cursor is inside the fragment. Well, when the user is interacting with that, the user interface will modify its own state. And so you want to react to these changes. And for that, there's the backward mapping, which is another arbitrary function that takes this new state and basically transform the resources of the environment so that they match this new state. So that would be, for instance, modifying a piece of code to represent it as a new hexadecimal color string. And the result is that it works equally well in different languages, such as strings in Python or CSS. And once you've written that specification, we don't see it all, but you can just grab it, copy it, and adapt it to make it work in a different situation. So for instance, you're working in JavaScript and now you have a color constructor for a custom color object where you just change the pattern, you adapt the forward and backward mapping, and it works the same way. So we applied Lorgnette to 5 use cases. I just presented you one. I'm going to quickly go through 2 others, but I can show you more during the questions if you're interested. So there's the interactive markdown table we mentioned earlier, where you can create or delete rows and columns, move them around, and edit the cells. And it's bidirectional, so you could also modify the code and just copy it. It's regular text. And you can also do a bit more advanced and experimental, I must say, stuff. So you can connect Lorgnette, or the code editor with Lorgnette, to a runtime environment such as a debugger, and you can grab values during the execution. So in this situation, on the left, it's a JavaScript piece of code that is executed on the web page you see on the right. And actually, you can grab the X value, or the variable representing the X position that is in the web browser, get it inside the code editor, and use it in the projection to have, for instance, this kind of visual variable tracing that you could reconfigure however you want. So there's a number of directions for future work. You could embed projection into the output of the code instead of having it just inside next to the code. And you could also explore how to write mappings, because those are pretty tedious to write in complex situations. So how could you use code synthesis techniques to generate the code you would put inside the forward and backward mapping functions? So thank you for listening. If you want to try Lorgnette, there's a more or less working online playground, and you can fork the code and create your own projection. And feel free to ask questions if you have any. Thank you.
We have time for a few questions. So I'll ask the first question. I really enjoyed this work. The color pickers, things. Yes, it's like a real problem that I have all the time. How do you think about the use of this system for situations where a projection is more of a scaffolding or learning technique? Like someone's just getting started with the language and needs to understand it, but maybe would benefit from purely using like the symbolic native language in the future versus something that's like a persistent tool that you always want to pick color graphically as opposed to numerically.
So you mean in this context, how would you?
Couldn't you use this tool to like scaffold people with purely using the symbolic representation, or do you see projections as something that ideally we should be augmenting all the languages that we use?
No, I mean, I think for me, the reason why I wanted to work on this is that I don't hate text. I feel like sometimes in the community we're like trying to replace text, but I think text has stick around for a good reason. I think it's working well for whatever reason, but it's working well in some situation, and in some others, like the colors, as you're saying, it's not so good. So I would say it's good to have both, and I think for learning it's very beneficial for students. So I wouldn't say you should replace everything by text in the end or everything by something visual, but always try to keep both. But I don't know if that answers the question.
I'll talk more about you, but I want
Okay.
to give Jasper a chance to ask.
Hi, Jasper Tranter-Leary, University of Washington. So this is super cool. I also really appreciate kind of like the formative work you did in like interviewing people who want to make projections. I was curious, how does this work build off of Cyrus Omar's work on livelets? Like I saw a lot of figures from the paper in there, because in his work it seems like he also had like the same, like this is how you build a projection you define these functions. Is it here that you can make it work with multiple languages, or yeah, I was curious, how does this work build from that work?
So I'm glad you had the question because I spent way too much time on this slide. So regarding the livelets, they're indeed very close, and that was a really good inspiration. I think one of the differences is that livelets are pretty cool, but I mean they're designed for Hazel. They're built on this concept of typed whole and stuff like that. So I think they're actually more powerful for certain things, but also if you're not writing Hazel code in this environment, you cannot readily use them. And here the idea was, I would like this to work with all the popular languages we are forced to use. I know there are good experimental languages around, but sometimes it takes time to be able to use them in actual environment, actual projects. So it's trying to grab these ideas and bring them, maybe lose something along the way, but also bring them into this more diverse environment. Yeah, I don't know if that answers, but.
We have time for one more question.
Ian Arajo, Harvard University. Great work. I was super excited to see this. This was actually the project that I would probably have worked on had I not done the project I'm currently working on. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't do it, and I'm glad that you did, and I think you reached some interesting design conclusions, especially about the regex. I wanted to ask, how do we integrate this into the broader context of how people work in like VS Code? Or because one of the biggest challenges in conceptualizing this work is that it's nice to create it in a prototype, but really the infrastructure of coding resists the adoption because VS Code doesn't have there's a long-standing GitHub issue saying we should do this, but. So have you thought about that?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So the way it's implemented there, for instance, it's you have this API for having custom editors. So just bring a custom editor in it, but it's not as good as the normal editor. One thing I would really like to explore is, I feel like in the past 10 years or so, something that really changed the landscape of code editors has been the development of protocols, like the language have a protocol or the debug adapter protocol. It'd be interesting to have this kind of protocol for projection. So you specify projection once, and then either you're using VS Code or some other kind of code editor, or even, I don't know, whatever software that implements them, you could get the projection as long as you have a way of specifying the user interface, which, I mean, if you're switching from web to VIM or something like that, it might be tedious, but I think it would be really interesting, and maybe it would help making it work in a more broader kind of environment. But it's already working as a plugin, so it's a start.
Thank you.
All right, well, that concludes our session. Thanks everyone for joining us, and give another hand for all of the authors and speakers.